Thank you for the good. Thank you for the evil. Thank you for bad. Thank you for blessings. Thank you for taking things away. Thank you for, again, all things. So without you, none of this would be possible. You're the creator of all things. That's such a blessing to know. You create all things. I'll grab that light. Old darkening candles. Stuff. All right. Again, I was start by thanking Father. No matter what, we're supposed to for the bad. Most people forget to thank Him. They just want Him to make everything better, right? So it's normally how it works. So we're supposed to thank Him for the good and the bad. Oh well, maybe when He's, I don't know. Supposed to thank Him for all things. That's all I know. If He creates all things, then we give all glory to Him. So He's the one who, from the foundation of the world, knew who would be the bride and who wouldn't. And most people are not. So what a blessing it will be if your name is called out in that book of life, wouldn't it? So, in the Lamb's book of life. So thank you for the wedding. He is the Lamb. David declared him the Lamb of God. So we always give glory to Shiloh, the one who's going to return. But not until the last trump. The final trump. So good things there. So thank you, Father, for being a blessing, for beating us, making us stronger, and those that can stand in your agape and be pressed, be put under the fire, refined like gold and silver. So yeah, precious metal, like we're supposed to be. Are we precious to Him like that? But not until we become purified. He tells us to purify ourselves as He purified Himself. So that's what we're supposed to do. Circumcise the world, cut it off. Don't sup with vipers, and don't cast your pearls in the mud before swine. So don't be a pig licker, or a boot licker, right? So He doesn't like governments that, yeah, He is the law, but we're not under the law under this testament. Isn't that a beautiful thing? He fulfilled the law. He said it was fulfilled. So thanks to Shiloh again for fulfilling all the prophecies, all rituals, celebrations, all these things. We're not going to get to His grace or redemption by works, but faith without works is dead. It's by faith alone. So He already knows. He already chose from the foundation of the world. When you come to that abyss, understanding, knowledge, it changes everything. Gives you a little more settling, if you will. Tango. All done. Thank you. So, all we hear, Yasher boy out there. What are you doing, Yasher boy? Kitten's out there getting it. So, Kitten boy, he's been around here a long time. Yasher boy, a few years. That's a long time out here. We got lots of bird of prey out here. So, wonder what he's cackling about. He's being loud over there when I went over there. The rusty dragon over there for a minute, but I seen him out there. But he's good kitty. Got to have kitties out here at the farm because we got rodents, out here in the desert. So they take care of all that for us. Make sure better watch out, little birdies. Better not be running through the bushes because we got Juniper. And she's a bird. Boy, she's killed a lot of birds. So that's normally how they go. Not so many by the coyotes. It's the birds that get them out here. But there's a lot of cover out here. It's super green out here this year. Lots of moisture over the winter time, and so yeah, it's abundant. So lots of rodents and lots of green, but lots of little birds and lots of cover for them here too. So part of the farm life is having cats. Got to have cats. Take care of the mice. I hate the mices to pieces. So, uh, all right. Well, anyways, let's give thanks and appreciate so much. Father gives me this understanding to be able to come to the knowledge, and just gives you a little more understanding what when life's more settled because you know that Father created all things. It's makes the hard times a little easier to get through. Not that they're easy, but it's not supposed to be easy. But if you know He's the one testing you and the one putting you through long suffering, then you'll endure, and you have to endure to the end to be saved. So can't be saved. No such thing as being saved. If you got to wait until the end, and the end isn't the seventh shofar, the ram's horn, the final trump hasn't sound. That's when it's for all of us. Judgment's one judgment here. Final judgment, if you will. So we're supposed to be cutting off our flesh daily anyways, right? Circumcising the outer man. These worldly traditions of men, Jezebel, Baphomet worship, their trans gods with their 3-in-1 God with breast of flesh and beast and mange. Well, as bestiality rituals. They had their barn Jesus, birthed in the middle manger, pecker Jesus is what I call him. The pecker Jesus. He's the crackers and grape juice ritual that the Catholics celebrate their Mass, Christ Mass. That's the eating of human flesh and drinking of blood. So the Mass, Christ Mass, they like to do their ritual of birth and blood and eating flesh. That's called the Feast of the Yule. That's the Svasti, which ritual of the they thought the sun was dying. They were ignorant pagans and heathens, and this is what Father doesn't want us to be, heathens. He said, "I'll go after gods in the sky and don't make up your own rules, your own law. I am the law." That was, remember, before. He said, before Abraham was I am, but under this covenant he fulfilled the law. So difference between being bound by fate or the law. We're not bound by fate or law. I'm not to go by thou shalt not judge. I'm supposed to judge with righteous judgment. What are you, one of these religious ding dongs, ho ho? You like your little candy rituals? Hell, they baked hot cross top buns to Satan's wife, Semiramis. When he died, she had sex with her son like a rabbit, silly rabbit. Tricks of her kids, little, yeah, that's where your sugar rituals come from. Where are they? Any of these in scripture? Easter, that's the word Passover. It's a horrible translation. Transliteration is not translation. Translation is your own. Transliteral definition is no change to definition or the letter. Two different things. Trans. Come on by, say, give it a try, see why they want you to come on by. Do their religious little house made by hands, the temple, the body's the temple. Remember, tables on our hearts in blood, beard blood, striped them, nailed them, staked them, right? Stalked him, right? Yeah, they staked him to a stalk or a yoke. Remember these things? People don't know what they did to my love. It's torture. Well, what they did to him is torture, but they don't know. People think that he carried a cross. Nobody was ever hung from a cross or carried crosses, but you got to avoid the religious people because they're stoned. Well, remember, what's written on stone is now table as written on our hearts. Well, they act like statues in corporate, they're temples. Barger, raptor, brock, brick, rock, mortar, what I'm saying? Stone, they're stone temples. See? I'm out of my mind. So, can't turn a goat into a sheep. Don't worry about donating. It's okay. It is what it is. I have, remember, just have to give it up. It's okay. I'm going to try to find my son. Look, this ain't some kind of, here's maybe 11. I don't know if I'll get 10 or 11,000 for that, but hallelujah. I worked my ass off. I'll apologize for a whole year. And I didn't pay for any of these metals. I traded, remember? I purchased into something. So, I have over 200 ounces of silver here, I think. So, I'm invested heavy here. And the thing is kind of a bummer is that these were eagles. A lot of these were eagles, silver eagles. And so the eagles I paid a higher premium for. But it is what it is. Life ain't Burger King. I gotta figure out where my son's at. So that's irrelevant. So I just still have 5,000 more I have to come up with. If I go to trial, he's giving me I don't know why he's even giving me that price, but it's because he knows. He said he's not going to screw me. And so, like I said, I've been doing this for a while. So this ain't my first rodeo. And maybe it won't go to trial. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. It's a pretty neat piece. I just bought that recently. Here's one of these ugly painted liberties. The silver eagles with the walking liberty painted. So I'm going to take my flatbed and put it up on the highway for $3,000. I could have sold it for $6,000-7,000. People always ask me to buy. It's one of those tilt cabinets. So I'll get it taken care of some way or another, but I only have until Monday. So he sent me a thing saying today, I can't move forward with the paperwork until you send me the money. So I have like a court date coming up in this week. So I need to get this done. They were going to throw me in jail and throw me under the bus. So these are some of but anyways, I'm figured out, guys. Father will provide. Somebody can, don't worry about it. It's not, I can't, I think I have close to 14, maybe 13, 14,000 right here. And I need 15. So we'll figure it out. But see, these are the eagles and I paid a higher premium on these. A much higher. I bought the silver. I didn't buy the gold. The gold I all traded, all 100%. None of the gold that I buy is all done by trade. You know how I work. I'm a horse trader. That's how I roll out here on the farm. So that's part of it. But anyways, it'll all work out, guys. Like I said, I ain't trying to take from anybody. I don't want anybody to donate. Notice it says only if you have abundance. It didn't say donate if you don't have it. So don't even trip. Remember, that's not what it's about. So it'll all work out. Father always provides. Look at what I already worked and being worried every day where my son's going to be at, could be dead. I still was able to take care of this. So this is a 2005 or $5 gold piece eagle. So we'll see. I think, like I said, I might be 1,000 short or something like that. But I'm going to give away that. I dropped the price down to half price on my property, but it won't even post. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. This is something I really would have liked to kept to buy the ministry with, but that's okay. Remember the ministry down in Ecuador? But would you give away all your, I already bought this ministry, so I'll figure that out later. I'll figure it out later. I worked my ass off to get this stuff. Remember, once again, this ain't something like you just sit out here out in the middle of nowhere. And it's hard to do deals out here where I do it. So I'm grifting only if you have a lot of extra, like, $1,000 that sit on your thing and oops, that blew into the neighbor's yard. They can use it more than us kind of deal. Because remember, I don't really want to own anything. I want to figure out where my son's at. I think there's something not right with that judge coming from Josephine County. And I talked to the attorney, and I'm not going to give away all my, we'll wait. Hey, this might go somewhere, guys. I feel better. I finally, I'm moving. In this case, I didn't move anywhere for 15 months after being SWAT raided. And there's things I still haven't been able to fix, the windows and stuff. Not going to ever fix my lungs or my eye. And I said, if I get out of here and can go down and get out of the country, I'll go to a doctor outside. I ain't going to no doctor in America. So, but anyways, I'm not trying to grift. Here again, here's over $11,000 of my time all year, working my balls off out here in the middle of the desert, winter. So, this was going to pay for the ministry in Ecuador. So I was just going to buy another farm. So I'll just figure it out after that. I'm place lawsuits now. I've tried to avoid this. I've tried to let the system do what it's supposed to do for 15 months. Innocent until proven guilty. Nope, I don't think so. But we'll see. Like I said, I bought a really expensive attorney, one of the most expensive attorneys I can get. So that's who I bought for my son. When they were trying to railroad my son here, I didn't buy no cheap attorney. So I don't know if I'd be able to keep that piece. That's a 5-ounce bar. That'd be nice to keep, but I don't know. I don't think I have. I think I'm still short. So I don't know how much towards spot they'll give me. Again, they don't always give you the premiums that I paid and whatever. I knew that things would. All this, I guarantee you, be worth double, at least the silver by the end of the year, maybe triple, and the gold, same thing, double. So I'm going to take a big hit, but I'd rather give it up than find out where my son is, and rather than them trying to railroad me, do what they did to me the other day in court. I'm not going to go through this anymore. I waited 15 months and they haven't done anything. So they were threatening to throw me in jail and contempt of court. They always do the same thing. They're brutal. Kevin's been a witness to it. So again, these are all Silver Eagles tubes. So I think I have, again, these were the ones with these new ones that I just bought the other day that have these West Mint Eagles and that other really nice piece. So we'll see. We'll see, what they gave me. I don't know. That's why I do this. And I keep telling you to have a relationship with your local coin shop so you don't get pawn shop prices for it. So I buy it. The idea was never to ever trade it back for silver, but it is liquid. So I can't sell the land. I don't know why. I think Father's just beat me, but they'll go down and they'll give me cash or a check. I go right to a bank and no, they'll give me cash. That they will give me cash. So it is what it is, guys. What can you do, man? Like I said, I ain't all Eagles. So again, I'm not trying to grift to anybody. Don't worry about it. Don't try to look at what I did out here in the middle of the desert. No veterans benefits, no veterans pay, no Social Security. I've been paying Social Security since I was 15 years old. Never got a dime of child support. It was all done by the sweat of my brow. There's a whole herd of buffaloes, I bet. Oh man, I'm gonna hate to lose these buffaloes. There's some really nice, super shiny ones that I had in here that were kind of a little tough to get. Yeah, well, here's a whole herd of buffaloes. You gonna be a buffalo farmer? Have a whole herd of buffaloes. These are all a whole sleeve of buffaloes. So once again, it is what it is. I'll do it for my son. I already lost 40 pounds and then all the gold, and so I'm already in 40 plus pounds. What's that? You're an idiot. Shut the hell up, you idiot. Tell me that I'm not a veteran. You don't want anything in there, MC Hammer. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. So stop it. Stop being an idiot. This ain't begging, you dumbass. Did you hear what I just said? I have $11,000 right here for my son. I already gave up 40 pounds of silver. I'm doing this because my son could be dead. Don't talk about this case. There's $11,000 worth of gold. Shut up. And I didn't pay for any of this. I worked my ass off. I'm a horse trader. I live on a farm. Grow up, child. Let you know the case that I'm talking about. He said be charitable. That's what Father said. And I paid off the ministry. I already would have had the money to get an attorney. Instead of paid off the ministry. You don't know where you came in. High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Get out of here, child. Go somewhere else. Go be an idiot somewhere else. Oh, now we're going to insinuate drugs. Okay, what do you work for the government? You work for the government? The biggest drug dealers are the government. So good job there, idiot. Once again, you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Do you have a missing son and daughter? Would you like me to play you? Me telling the Josephine County that my son could be murdered in his county? Get out of here. I'm only doing this because I have a son that needs some help because nobody else will advocate for him. That's why I'm here. So don't worry about it. If you don't want to donate, you don't have to. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate your time. You know me, we always address the trolls. People should speak up before they, make any insinuation. It's not like, again, I remember there's already 40 pounds of silver, and ain't about shiny dirt. It's about, hey, I need to give this up because this could be moving me forward. Remember, they were just going to throw me in jail. What good would this do me if I was just thrown and sitting in jail? Kind of like last time, I had to tell some sitting in jail, okay, go get my gold and silver. They end up stealing all my silver and think they gold. And I think that guy killed my son, and I reported it. So, this is insane. It's not like I don't have all this recorded. So it's okay. Don't worry about it. Hopefully, guys, I have this court date on the 28th. I'm moving forward, guys. I haven't moved anywhere in 15 months. So this is it, like I moved in the case. Imagine not doing anything for 15 months and your son's been missing September. So that's almost like a year, that my son's been missing. I don't believe this whole Josephine County. My son was seen on camera. Why would they not go get him? Remember, there's something dirty. Why did that Josephine County judge come rule on my case and just try to throw me in jail? They just try to sweep me and mop me up, guys. And Father protected me. You heard it. If you listen to what they tried to do to me, Father protected me. He was the one covering me. Luke 12:11. Do not worry what you shall say. I'll tell you the answer. Will you be without counsel? They'll throw you in front of their magistrates and their men of their black robes and their synagogues. Father takes over. You can hear it in my voice. It's not me. Just standing in this because Father sent Christ and he stood against the law. So you're not Christ-like unless you stand against perverted law. Perverted means forward, twist, change, warp. And they have changed this constitutional republic. How the hell am I a veteran to just serve, have an honorable discharge and just serve? I got out in the 90s, but this is how they treat a veteran. This is never asked for this. Father doing it. So remember, I seek no vengeance. I just want to know where my son and daughter's at. That's it. I don't care about anything else right now. And then I can move forward in my life, whether they're alive, they're dead, kidnapped, where they're at. I've already given the police all the evidence. I gave it to them many months ago. And then I went and located my son and daughter where they, were at, supposedly, right? And told the cops and said, go get them. Even had to turn my son in, which I didn't want to do, but I'm more concerned about my daughter being raped by Marshall Radinich. So I'll be placing a lawsuit against Marshall Radinich too, brothers and sisters. Remember, he had my passport. If he'd have just given me back my silver, I could have got an attorney already too, and probably paid off the ministry by now. Wouldn't have been in this whole mindset, getting everything ripped away from me again. Imagine getting out of jail and all your money, all your retirement, everything gone. You have nothing to work with. That was a cruel thing to do. And I don't care. It ain't about that. This is me standing up for my son. I remember the attorney, he looked at it, was like, wow, that's a lot of bail. Who bailed him out? I said, I did. He's like, so I'm heavily invested, remember, in this. And this isn't even my deal. This is the state coming in and getting pissed at me. Well, because I'm protecting my son. So it is what it is. You guys heard it. You heard it with your own ears. If you listen, to what they did to me last time, I got threatened to be thrown in jail now for the third time. I report my son dead and my daughter raped, and I get threatened to come arrest me, breaking a no contact order. Imagine reporting your child dead or missing and they threaten you with arrest. This is what I face. So I don't care about some shiny dirt. And I don't care. I'm not grifting anything. I need $5,000. And if I'd said tomorrow in the morning, I already went and talked to the guy. I'm going to take my $6,000-$7,000 flatbed, diesel flatbed that I wanted to leave here for the ministry and go put a $3,000 cash price. Somebody will give it to me. Somebody will walk out like, dude, that's stupid. It's worth twice. I went and talked to the guy down the road. He just bought a tractor. He's like, damn, Tracy, I wanted that thing from you so bad, but he's going to let me put it up on his, because I need it by Monday. So what? Not grifting anybody, Father will provide, and maybe they'll drop the case on the 28th and I won't need to go to trial, and all this will cover it, and nobody will have to give anything. Don't worry, nobody gave anything to buy the land, and that's fine. I didn't expect anybody to pay the land. That got paid with remember, I only wanted people who had abundance. Actually, was only looking for one person to pay the land, not even anybody who had $2,000 or $3,000 or $5,000. I wanted somebody, again, can you put a stack of $1,000 on window steel and let it blow away right now. That's the only kind of people who want to make a donation. I don't want somebody to give to the ministry that can't afford to, guys. That's not how I work. So I don't really even want to own anything. I'm only doing this to try to find my son, and maybe I can move forward with this case so they quit trying to throw me in jail for trying to help my son out. So remember, all I did was said, no violence, no nothing. There was no violence. I didn't hit. They assaulted me, battered me, wrecked my vision, hit me in the face, might ruin my hearing. They're the ones who did the battery, not me. I never was violent, so they can't say that. This is just me speaking up, trying to protect my son. So it is what it is. I have no qualms for anything I do, and I'm sure Father has got me covered, and that's why he sent Shiloh. Is this exact same reason, to stand up to these tyrant bullies who changed this constitutional republic to a corporation. Remember, I don't stand for that. I'm not some sovereign citizen. I don't do that nonsense. I don't even claim citizenship. Remember, I don't like this country. I don't have to like what this country's become to love the Constitution. It was a constitutional republic. Remember, that's where I plan on trying to buy a second farm to minister there and employ people down there. I could take this down there, guys, and employ people for years down there. I could change people's lives with this much right here. I could employ people. This I could live for years, 2 or 3 years. I think EMS is in here. You could live for years in Paraguay, Ecuador, Vietnam, Philippines, Nepal. There's all these countries where it doesn't cost. This is American money. You could go to another country, take your American money, and you know what I'm saying? People forget and get locked in these walls in America and think that there's just America. Go look up online. How many countries right now you can retire on $1,000, live like a freaking king, and have friends that want to do things with you. Not so stressed out just trying to pay their $800,000, the average home price in Bend, Oregon. Every third home sold for $1 million. You live on American money. If you had Social Security, and I don't get none of that, disability, none of that. I get no money every month, and I still make it work in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, where it's the hardest to do it, because I don't want to live around people. Remember? I don't make it easy on myself. Father makes it that way for me. But look, you could take your American money on just Social Security and get out of here and live, and friends will come up and want to talk to you. Hey, what's going on, amigo? Whatever. I don't know. I'm going to Ecuador. I love South America. I'll go anywhere but America. Anywhere but America. For me, remember, I'm American. But anyways, moving on. You could, though, if you have Social Security, if you had some kind of disability, $1,500, you could eat freaking like a king every month, live in a freaking fully furnished 1-2-bedroom home and some beautiful. It costs $1 to go across town. $5 in some of your bigger cities. All the way with this, $2 to $3 for a meal. Carne, arroz, frijoles, and some juice or something. Arango, some orange, or real juice, not this freaking Tang or whatever the hell they, soda or whatever they have it, but $2 to $3. There are dollar plates in a lot of country, brothers and sisters, for $1. Buy from the street vendors, you get even better price than the sit down. Sit down's only a little bit more. You can sit down for $5 and eat like a freaking king, and a bottle of wine too. A lot of countries are $5 for a bottle of wine. Really good quality wine. Go to Nepal. There's so many places, just anywhere but America. If you know people get trapped in America and want, that's fine. Stay here. I'm just, if I could leave, I'd be out of here. I'd already taken all this, remember, and shoulda, coulda, woulda. I don't care. I have to focus. I have possibly a dead son and daughter, so I'm going to give it up. What is it going to do to me? Sit in some cage and this stuff locked up. Last time they locked me up because I was trying to protect them. I showed somebody where my gold was at and said, don't touch my silver. That's my retirement. They took my silver too anyways. But this is the person that leads me to the motive why this is the guy who kidnapped my daughter, kidnapped my son, is potentially murdered. As you heard, I said to that Josephine County judge, unbeknown to him, that this guy murdered my son with all the motive to do it. 40 pounds of silver, and, I'm not going to disclose the gold, but, it was a lot. more than I'd ever had. My son was like, damn, Dad. Yeah, I've been getting it, son. This is the time. We don't have, actually, I remember telling my son, why I don't think he's alive, is I told my son, because remember when Wesley Clark, said we're going to go in those 7 nations. I told my son, no matter what, son, I don't care where you're at. You listen to me right now. I told him when he was young. This is going to happen. When we invade Iran, once you see Iran, you come home. You listen to me. I don't care where if you're married, no kids, I don't care. I don't know where you're at, you come home. Because Dad will have already had, and it's not going to be the end of the world, okay, when that happens, but we need to be not participating then. Then it's when we need to step out and not do it anymore. No more at that time. We're going to be going full bore towards then. All skin in the game. But that times we're going to step and check out of the game. No more. Why isn't he even contacting me? See, something's weird. Oh, you're weird. No, that's what I told my son. You can raise your kids, your animals, the way you want to raise them. I'll raise mine the way I want to raise mine, okay? I only got one, so I made sure he knew what was going on. This is very important to me. That's a huge deal. You guys don't understand what's going on with Israel and Iran over there. That is massive. Gaza, that's where the Philistine, the champions, the giants, the Anunnaki, Anak, that's the land of Anak. They're putting the scriptural, biblical right in front of your faces. And you don't know cultures, you don't know study maps and historical and biblical. You don't even wouldn't know where the Great Sea and the Mediterranean Sea are at. Same sea, just change the names. Are not changed to protect the innocent. Names change, borders change, cultures, slang, cultures, customs, idiom, idiot, different, totally different things. An idiot and an idiom, totally different, right? If you can't distinguish, the book's full of parables. He didn't speak with marbles in his mouth, So it's okay. This is what I have to do as a dad. He's really testing me. I love Father more than I love my son. I love Father more than I love this shiny dirt. Father's doing this, so I'm not mad at anybody. Who do I care? This is just shiny dirt. I'll get more. Like I said, I ain't even going there. I don't care. I want to sue the state of Oregon. I'm going to sue Lake County, and I'm going to sue individually the prior district attorney, the prior elected sheriff. I'm going to sue every one of these peoples, and I'm going to sue their bonds too. So, and I'm going to donate it all to the ministry. I already talked about this on this channel. So I'm going to donate it to the Grace and Truth Ministries and High Desert Faith and Truth. And I'll have some other, other causes that I think that are worthwhile that I would donate to, that are people, again, that I've a couple people, I think they're, have a good cause and they need, a little help. I know people like that, a couple people in my life. I can't never been able to help them like that because they're self-driven to do their thing. And I've been doing my thing, so to speak. But most of it, again, 99% of it just needs to go in 2 funds, Grace and Truth and High Desert Faith and Truth. Okay. The other one, obviously, if we have a split ministry down there in South America, then there you go. These 2 ministries are producing food, one here in North America and one in South America, and producing organic food. Then I can go on the road. You know what I'm saying? Then I can go on the road and travel. That's what, if Father would bless me, that's what I'm all done owning things and having things and all that material. I don't care about material things. I only care about the word. And I just want to share my time. I love nature and I do love people, even though I don't have I'm not supposed to sup with vipers. I'm not supposed to cast my pearls before swine. So I know there are people who want to sup with the word and sit down and, like I said, spend a day, take me to the best, scenery in town. Maybe it's a swimming hole. I don't really swim or, whatever, but I'm sure I could. I just, if that's the only thing, I need to break this. I haven't thrown a fishing pole in the water in probably 12 years, guys. All I've done is this ministry. My son said, Dad, nobody wants to be around you because all you do is God. You got to do something other than God. I do. I do all these other. He's like, yeah, but it's just less and less and less of the world, and it's just pretty much all God now. That's why you moved out there. You want community and this thing, but but what's wrong with that? So that's what Father's called me to do. So see, I can share my time with the ministry and still share. And then I have a love for nature and animals and things like that. So I like seeing things, that are built. I love to build. So, old things, and, somebody just, come visit, and I bet you I can. I've been invited to many countries over the last few years. People wanted to just hang out for a day or two. Remember, I've been offered land in other countries. People wanted me to move to Australia. When I was on TikTok, I had people, guy offered me a plot of land in Russia, wanted to just give me 20 acres over there. I've been blessed, to even know the people that have been met on this through this ministry. And, why not do that with my life? If I can come into an abundance, why not give to the ministry? So I don't have anything else that's pushing right now. And I do think if I gave, if I got $100 million lawsuit for the ministry, I really feel comfortable with giving Jim Brown $50 million, because I know he would know how to distribute property. Go look how he distributes what he does now. He writes checks every month for people within the ministry that need. He would be a good person on knowing how to, and then he could have the building that he needs to teach out of, and then that could kind of cement a place too, because Brother Jim Brown's getting old. Remember, he's pushing 80, so he's going to be 90 for, he's not going to be around forever, and nobody's going to try to replace Brother Jim Brown. But I would really like to cement a place now, if possible, where Brother Jim Brown CDs could be played like that, maybe just 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and people could come to which would have been, the classroom up until he passes, and till we don't have him in the pulpit anymore. I think, he pays $3,000 a month, for that building, I think, to rent some, meeting room. It's a classroom, and he really did want people. I was really wanted to go out there. When I had all this money, my son told me to go out to Tennessee. Go on the road, Dad. Take the money you have, take the gold, take the silver, go on the road. And I know you're staying here for me. Go see Brother Jim Brown. You said you just wanted to give him a hug. You just knew you wanted weird the way you knew on the way he didn't even know the way he smelled. Just knowing the way he smelled, kind of, that's weird, Dad, but go do it. And he encouraged me, and I didn't, but see, there's ways I can still bless this ministry. You understand? Both of them. And so that the other one is he wanted to put housing in over there. And that's what I was saying. I wanted to go there and set up some kind of housing. You know what I'm saying? So Brother Jim is just he's in Hendersonville, and he's an asset right now. Please use that avenue until he passes. Get out there to Hendersonville and go see Brother Jim Brown. Before the COVID, guys, he could put 50 people in that classroom. He can't get 20 people in that building anymore. But we now have the blessing of this online, ministry. He spends so much more time than radio and television. He always did through decades of doing that. But now, again, it's a worldwide ministry. But if you are in Tennessee, please, and you have a chance, go over and see Brother Jim at Hendersonville, and just talk to him. You can call him over the phone. He'll talk to you on the phone. Sister Mary, his wife, I've spent hours and hours more time with Sister Mary on the phone than I even have Brother Jim Brown. But yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. Like I said, obviously I've been a little bit absent. I've been able to do a lot of studies over there in the last month or two, and because everything's been a little taxing. But Brother Jim Brown's not going to be around forever. But the beautiful thing again about what we have with Brother Jim is he's put over 4,000, teachings out, 2 to 3 hour teachings, lessons. And that will always, that's bread. That's daily bread, brothers and sisters. That's more valuable than these precious metals right here. That is more precious. His teachings are, like I said, there's nothing more valuable I own in this home than my Brother Jim Brown CDs. So get a hold of Grace and Truth Ministries, and they'll start sending you these CDs for no charge. You don't have to donate anything there, like you don't have to donate anything here. Remember what I require people to donate here? Time, when you have the time. Nobody has to donate any money here. And I'm going to get over this hump, guys. This feels so good. It's not even, it's a little overwhelming. Actually, before I came on here, I was getting a little overwhelmed. I wanted to come in here, but Father was just really overwhelming me that I haven't gone anywhere. I mean, guys, this has been 15 months and I haven't been able to move anywhere. Just to know that I might move somewhere in this case and I might go somewhere. I mean, if I get locked up, which, I don't think that they have even the evidence at this point. It's really not in their favor to even try this case. You heard with your own ears that the prosecuting attorney said he'd have to try it multiple times, not once, but multiple times. So maybe they will with this attorney just back down. I won't have to go to trial, and I'll breathe again, and then it's done, guys. And then I'm not gonna ask for any donations for the Ecuador, thing. I'll put a little link in the description or something. Maybe I'll ask it at the end of every live stream or something, but I'll get that done. I'll figure out how to get that Ecuador ministry, because again, I should be filing lawsuits. And can imagine the money I could do in other countries, guys. If one of these pieces of gold you could live for 6 months like a king, 2-3 years, if you knew how to live properly, if you truly knew how to just not, and it could still kind of pad it, I'm sure you could in several countries. That's unbelievable. So imagine taking lawsuit American money down there. You could change lives, brothers, sisters, with that, and do it through the ministry. So it's not like, you don't get, some of these countries don't like when you get, here's how I put it, like people don't realize, if you get too rich in a country like Mexico, kind of above that middle class, close to upper, and you poke your head out, they'll smash it right back down again. They got cartel and policia, and they've got the, the government, obviously, with the guns, and nobody else has them, so they'll smash you down if you get too big, and because there is some violence there. But that's the way. Don't get too big down there. Don't be dealing drugs. Don't be getting involved in illicit things. And people live beautiful lives down there. Remember, you can live your middle class life down there is, it's different. So it's when people get their head more than almost kind of a rich, which is still really not that much money in this country, but down there it's so, and people don't realize that. I've been traveling to Mexico since I was a child, and I love Mexico. I love the Hispanic culture. I love Latino people. Mexico's a beautiful place, and there's many people down there. The most violent place on this rock is in America, Chicago, Illinois. So, maybe I'll get down there, like I said, and I can take this money down there and change people's lives. Don't overpay them, but grease their palms good enough that they do good work, and they, and it can employ people with all this money. Give people and create jobs, farming jobs, more, just smaller, not try to get too big. Remember, don't want to get too big. Don't want to get too big, but have people enough to work the ministry, some extra, and just stay, keep it within the ministry. Try not to get overthink, because that's what they don't, got to keep it kind of just to, that's what I'm thinking. That's a lot of money to put in a ministry account, but if it's put in some kind of ministry account, and I'm sure, be honest with you, probably sock a lot of it into precious metals and find somewhere to, safety store that, and probably not just keep it in some zeros and ones in some account. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, guys. Imagine the lives you could change if you had American money. See, if you didn't go down there and you weren't greedy, and you had just American money, $2,500 a month, you could employ people, guys. You could have people on your property. You could set up, living quarters and pay people to live and work and change their lives, and they become families. Like they did that crap to people here in America. I hate what they're doing here. There's people who've been in this country for 20 years, 30 years, and they're not people who have, they just don't have papers, and they're kicking them out of here. There's a lot of industry being shut down in America that I'm not talking about too. A lot of middle class businesses are being attacked by this, whole immigration, kicking people out of this country. If they're, a murderer, or, rapists or pedophile or something like that, get them out of here. I understand. But I don't want to hear about people not having a piece of paper that have been here for, what I'm saying, 20 or 30 years. You could employ people, brothers and sisters. You could make people's lives different with your American money. Why do people live here? Really, and you don't understand, because you live in a country where you don't make but $2 a day, $5 a day. Well, then you don't have that money, but you could take that kind of money and shape lives and give people's. Like I said, I know I've had people work for me. I pay them a little bit more, and they work a lot harder. It takes money to make money. I'm glad my dad taught me that. at a very young age. You're not going to send, I mean, you can come up from the bottom, but if you want to, it takes money. So he knew that. He was also trying to tell me with, he knew I would eventually own businesses and, put people underneath me, pay them good, and they do good work and they're happy. And then they want to come back and they, like I said, I need to get out of this America and I'll be okay. And I'm not so blinded on America. You can set this up in America. You just need to set it up in a separate place. You just need the bodies to do it that want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I can't. Remember, I said I'd go rather pick up immigrants from the border. I was taught in the Department of Justice and stuff. Remember, trying to get them to look at me, so I try to find my kid, and, saying, hey, I'm gonna go pick up immigrants and bring them out to these cabins because they couldn't get a bunch of lazy Americans to come out here. So they probably love this place. Look how far they came from. Imagine if they came from Brazil all the way up here. Imagine, you know what I'm saying? I would rather have them here. They would love it. Oh, man, this is beautiful. So, they would treat it. And you ever seen the way, Hispanic people keep their homes? Most of them have very clean, nice homes. They're not, and it's not all Hispanic people, because there's dirty Hispanic people, like there's dirty, white people and dirty people, all nationalities. We're all, we're all one race. Remember, one race. But generally, most of my friends I've been to their house, they had nice places, and they weren't trying to overly like, oh, look at me, I'm so big, oh, I'm like so grande, no. They like to keep it in the family, and that's what they do. They take care and they build up like an empire, like kings and queens did. So that's much more relate to Hispanic people. A lot of people ask me, are you Hispanic? So people think I look Hispanic. They're like, you guys so easy blending as Hispanic, man. I'm like, whatever. But I'm a mutt. Remember, I'm a Swiss Jew. So that olive skin comes from there you go. So, but white Switzerland. So, but anyways, no, imagine that, brothers, sisters. You could have like $2,500 a month and go down there and change lives, in many countries, and not just be greedy and like, oh, I'm living the life. And you could literally take that money, that extra probably $1,000 a month, and change lives with that money down there. You know what I'm saying? To employ people to work within yours and find something, maybe start a little side business selling some fruit or something. I don't know. I'm a businessman. You'd figure something out. There's a niche. There's a hole. Fill the void. It's how my dad taught me. You can make money because there's demand, but there's no supply. You'll figure that out. So, and I'd figure it out when I got down there. I'd probably do it farming. I'm a farmer. I probably raise boar goats or raise a certain kind of, chicken or rabbits. I probably do it with animals. And I love animal husbandry, so I love to raise animals. And yeah, you could down there. I just know EMS for Life that it's very abundant down there. Produce is super, super abundant, super, super. Not like up here in America where it's a lot of it comes down from south, south from us. And we grow a lot here in California, but I'm telling you, Trump learned that the first time. I remember when he said he was going to shut down the border. They're like, what, we get more than aguacate from, Mexico? Yeah. Oh, yes. And then he quit talking about that, huh? That whole wall talk, that it was Russia, right? Or Ukraine. I think that's, yeah. That's how they got rid of the COVID. Remember, it was Ukraine. I haven't forgotten. So I'm like an elephant, guys. So I can't, I got to keep a record of this stuff. So, anyways, but things like this, guys, I'm the money that I have right here. I could probably go down there, retire on the money that I have, that I'm getting ready to throw toward this attorney. So, but once again, I would do it for my kids. You know what I'm saying? I where these kids are at. So it's worth it. I'll figure out a way to get more. I always do. I have another property up here. When I sell that other property, I'll take the money and go down there and I'll buy the property down there. We'll take the 5 acres. I'm not really into Florida because I just don't like what's going on with Florida. I hate that they are freaking people. So many people move. They're a beautiful place. I've been to Florida more than one time. I like Florida. They're just crushing that state because their people can't get they've losing their whole life savings because there's only in the 90s there was like over 130 to 180, I think, something like that, insurers in Florida. Now there's three. People are like, why do you pay attention to this stuff, Tracy? I pay attention to these things. I love all people. I don't just pay attention to my country and my state. I love, the fact that people suffer, and I love so so people can't get insurance, guys, there now. They're not insuring this stuff because of these. And I think they create these freaking, that's a natural occurrence coming off the Africas, the dust, all these storms, creating these, hurricanes. But the way that one that set over the Bahamas, the one that came up the Carolinas through George, sat and spun for 7.5 hours inland, 100 miles inland, bullshit. Oh, darn it. But that's crap, and that's it. Seeing these people getting outpriced, or listen, not outpriced, EMS, they just won't insure them anymore. In some of these areas, they can't pay out. They can't pay out anymore. There's been too many claims. See what I'm saying? That's why there's down to 3. And so, yeah, they're charging out the wazoo, and, and then these people can't even get back into some of these areas. And so it's making that driving down, it's happening, and people are losing their whole retirement down there. They thought they could go down there and retire, and then they got to start all over. And that sucks. So, there's still places in Florida that haven't been affected, but a lot of the state is been massively affected by this, influx of hurricanes. And it's not like it's that many records. It's just what's changed with the destruction and the paths of some of these, or whatever. Helene, I'm never going to ever in my life forget what that, you don't have in her. Never in my life would I ever imagine that a hurricane would last more than an hour and make it 20, 30 miles inland and break up and turn into a tropical storm, not spin for 7.5 hours, 100 miles inland. That ain't no hurricane. So I know when I see it, I know I watched all those Doppler radars and how they juice that thing with their micro and their energy waves and their millimeter waves, and, seeding, and all these private companies in this country that seed, and there's no regulation on these companies. They get a free pass on everything. Listen, go, Patrick Humphrey did a good video. If you want to see a good video, I believe the gentleman he's back. I think he lost one of his children, but and his wife was in intensive care and stuff, but he's back in the saddle. Go see Patrick Humphrey, please. And he did a video about 3 days ago about these companies that were all these private companies is on cloud seeding. He's a phenomenal YouTuber. I do like his, a couple people said that he kind of took out his big breaking news kind of little skit to begin with, and he just gets into the news, and he's got a computer, so he puts up, the articles and whatnot. So go see Patrick Humphrey, and he did a tremendous job on that cloud seeding video about these private companies with pretty much no regulation. They all get a free pass, and there's nothing to say. And they showed all these pass before Texas, guys, that these guys striped the hell out of that place before that. I mean, look at how many people lost. That is insane. Again, I had to stop watching those videos. And it's not like I said, like I can't watch, because I have watched some of the most horrible things, because I don't like to just look at what I want to watch. I got to see both sides. Guys, anybody in those videos even realized that was coming. There was no warning, no alarm, no early warning. All those videos, because there's so much camera, those people just got swept up in those things. They're walking around and they like, what? And then wham. And I mean, they're gone like that. They were gone like that, guys. And drowning is EMS life, and I talked about, is a horrible way to go. You guys, I mean, it came with no warning, and some of that wall of water was just, you know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. Yet, no, the Federal Emergency Management Agency is an absolute disgrace, and we're under that right now. Remember, during a national emergency, the president actually steps down, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency steps over. He still stays in office, but he's not actually the seated, what's going on, and we're under a national emergency right now. So, no, drowning is one of the worst way to die. So You know nothing about drowning, apparently, but yeah, they say that's absolutely one of the hardest ways to die, because you basically, yeah, well, whatever. Look into it, you'll see. But anyways, it's pretty incredible how fast that water just, I mean, people were, they had no time. I mean, cars and buildings and just, it was so much. But if you look again at, like what I was saying, those private companies were cloud seeding massively, heavily, right up and down that. Get out of here, Edward, you're an idiot. Shut up. People died. Children died. Child, go out of here. Be gone with you. So you're being an idiot. Government helped, and there's a lot of private companies that weren't regulated, and you don't know anything about it. So get out of here, child. Nobody's panicking. We care about people, and you want people to look in the other direction. You're a fool. So yeah, that's disgusting, guys. So please be careful, but you should at least go put your eyes on a couple of them to see what I'm saying, to see how fast those people had no warning. And there's just so many videos, because we live in such a tech society where there's cameras up on everything. So there's a lot of Texas footage, and I am astounded at how many. They heavily just striped that whole area. I mean, predominantly there were like 3 places in the U.S. that they were cramming, just smashing, and this was one of the 3. Even this, and so they assisted it. This was assisted. Bullshit. I don't want to hear it. And when are these people going to be held accountable? This is crazy. I take it pretty seriously, because remember, I actually have a literal, I don't know anybody of your friends that have a chemtrail tattoo, on their body, cloud seeding to my, a lot more than that's going on. So I'm just blown away at the amount of water, how fast it came in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, actually, I talked about that. Talked about the Bahamas. I've really tried to keep all these, remember that one sat over the Bahamas for how many days? It just sat there, guys. And look at all those islands. This is incredible how many of these. And see, like I said, if you don't, some of these you don't hear in the news, but these people lose everything, and some of these chains all up the Keys, and, uh, there's channels like Adapt 2030. There's some really good channels, you know what I'm saying, that keep up on these. I don't know which other bloggers you subscribe to, but there really are some people who've kept up with some of these. Jesse, BP Earthwatch, even though I don't like his chump train he's riding that, I think he's calmed down with that right now. We'll see, but he always covers the hurricanes, every one of them that comes off the Gulf Coast. And Ryan Hall is the best weather forecaster on the whole rock. There's not a better. Ryan Hall is his name, and he has a team, a freaking army, an army of freaking forecasters with all their weather stations that report, and boots on the ground. So you're not going to get a better weather forecaster than Ryan Hall if you really want to know some good. But at least definitely in the U.S. he covers. Direct Weather is another blogger here on YouTube. I've been subscribed to him for many years. He's an amazing guy. He's got a wife and kids, and he puts out really good content in the U.S. Some more content outside, but Direct Weather is another one of these bloggers that I've been subscribed to for several years too. These guys do a good job. They are way better than any of these. They use their models aren't like anything. They've got so many different models that they use that these weather forecasters you never see. They put up one model or something and do little weather. These people are freaking amazing, and they use all the tech, and they use so much better weather forecasters in this case. And you can really, again, I like if you haven't followed Ryan Hall, that dude gives so much money back to the victims. He literally takes the donations from the channel. He has a really large, following, and people donate because you can see where the money's going. And man, he goes back and gives right there, boots on the ground, puts like cash in their hands and supplies in these people's hands here in the US, and goes out with his team. So if you are not subscribed and you live in the US to the YouTuber Ryan Hall, y'all, you definitely need to, that he's going to keep you up to all anywhere. And he does emergency live streams no matter what, and he's got all these people with these forecasters and these up-to-date weather stations, and all this stuff. So you're going to get way better warning for a lot of these times. That's what I'm saying. Ryan saved a lot of, father saved because he created Ryan, but Ryan has probably saved thousands of lives by getting out that early forecast days in advance before some of these weather forecasters ever produce anything. Like, how come they were heavily cloud seeding that area right where that got hit in Texas? And I mean, bombing that place, and somebody wasn't telling the people in that area, hey, you're prone to, flooding from this. They already came out and showed that guy in California, they got sued because he flooded out all that, in the paper. That was already, this has been done. Remember, they have there we go. Thank you, Elsa. There it is. And he's 25 years old, guys. This guy's 25 years old, and he owns all this stuff. So absolutely, what an excellent blog Ryan Hall y'all put out about that. Patrick Humphrey covered that. You guys, these are private companies that are doing this. These are private companies doing this. And so that's all they have to do is just go back and forth and back and forth and back. It's not like they're flying a flight path. This is what they're to do. It's not all government. It's not all, military. It's not all it looks like there's a lot more of these private companies doing it than there is even government, and because they're allowing it. It's just, this is what we do, brothers and sisters. We co-op. This is what we do. We co-op everything. That's what the United States military does. I'm military police. I know this. We co-op everything. We go take over everything. Hey, we'll do it right beside you. We on the job train, but we take over wherever we're at. So this is what I'm saying. They will allow something like this to happen by, seeing what I'm saying? So they allow these private contractors. That's what they do in the military now. They don't hire the military to go fight wars. They hire private contractors, and then they say, we're not involved in a war over there. And a bunch of veterans like myself go over there to get paid a lot more money than you ever do in the military and use a lot better equipment. So a lot of people come out of the military and go do that for the Army. Oh, wait, it's not the Army. They're private contractors, so we're not involved in any military operation there. See how they do that now? Remember, they started that crap in what was it, Vietnam, with advisors. It's like they're saying there's no troops in Russia right now or Ukraine right now. We have so many troops in Ukraine. It's ridiculous, So there's a big date coming up too. If you guys aren't subscribed to Canadian Prepper, please. He is so more. Nate's mind on this is phenomenal. I don't think Nate ever served as a veteran in the military, but he sure comes off as a veteran. I don't know if you know Nate from Canadian Prepper or Prepper News channel that he has. He's switched over. He's got a dual channel now. Go see Prepper News. Man, nobody else is covering this. And Nate's not sensational. I don't think Nate's ever blown anything up, and he is a prepper channel. So people always think, oh, it's the end of the world. But seriously, his news, that's why he separated Prepper News from Canadian Prepper. And so if you want just the news on what's these going ons in Iran and Israel and Ukraine and Russia and Yemen and, Lebanon, and oh my God, this world's freaking on fire, guys. The Strait of Hormuz and all this stuff. All right. I got that put on. Okay, that's over there. We got it. So, okay. I believe that news coming out of Prepper News channel, he's on that. That's a pretty. I wouldn't take my eye off of that. And I don't think it's the end of the world because of that. Date comes or goes, but I do think that's going to be a major shift in what is going on over there. I actually believe again that NATO in at that point in the world, and it's just going to blow up. It's not going to end. It's actually going to get a lot worse. So that's why I'd like you to pay attention. It's not going to be the end of the world, but I think this is where we're going to see a major. I mean, Germany just said they were going to bring in these battalions of these very similar, like a Patriot missile brigade, and support to send, more ordnance deeper into Russia. So that's not good, guys. This is yeah, no, not, that's what I'm saying. EMS, I put out that the cloud seeding is old technology. That's old technology. They've been using silver iodide and cloud seeding to make, for farming, and people think this is new. They've been doing this but they weren't spraying us with barium and strontium and aluminum and, mold spores and yellow mold spores and cow blood. And, what are they spraying us all this other crap on us for now? So I know about solar radiation management, right? About aerosolic radiation, about why they use and spray the aluminum to try to refract the solar radiation that's coming from our sun. And it's dual-sided, but why all these other elements, are being put in there? Well, we are not supposed to be breathing heavy metals in, guys. Heavy metals aren't good for our body. So spraying us with aluminum, if you look up, you take too much metals, heavy metals, you get onset to Alzheimer's, so this is definitely, no, they're definitely, like I said, they're not done. They've definitely been improving at what they're doing, because remember, a lot of that seeding is to rack with the towers, guys, not just with the cloud, but there's a lot more going on. There's an ether they're building above your head. And do you need to go outside or something? Why are you being so whiny, but why are you being whiny? Why are you whiny? I love you. You're not supposed to be barking in the house. What are you doing? Are you trying to go outside too? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay, I'll let you guys out. Hold on, these puppies. I think the puppies want out. Hold on. I think my puppies want outside. He's such a good boy. I love my baby. He knows better than to be barking in the house. So, yeah, these are good boys. I love having my dogs. So thankful. Kind of my thing. So, whatever. Everybody's got their vice. Mine's my puppies. So, I try to give them lots of love and feed them really good food and spoil them, because they don't cheat or lie or steal anything from you. And you can't say that about most human beings or break your heart. Darn good dogs, I tell you. Kids, they'll give their life for you. Most people, got anybody that give their life for you right now? Not too many people, that give their life for you, right? So, man, woo! The longer I'm gone, the more excited they are. The more they shake their, what. So, can't get that out of a woman. The longer I'm gone, the more pissed off she is at me. Once I said, yeah, ladies should learn from these dogs. They know something. So, yes, they do. Shake it down on the floor. Oh, wait, no, that's smack that. Sorry. Moving on. Silly me. No, hey, I feel better a little bit. I don't feel good, but I feel a little better knowing that I might be able to move somewhere in this case, and it's going to move somewhere. It's not just going to sit there. See, because if they assign this third attorney, it would have floated possibly for another 6 months. I think they'd have put somebody in there real quick and just would have thrown me under the the bus. So I'm glad that I didn't wait too long, and that I have this ability, and I worked really hard this last 15 months that I've been away from him. Only half, guys, and I can't imagine what I would have had done out here if I wasn't going through this right now, you know. Um, so I did this in the middle of nowhere, super stressed out, about everything that was going on. And I wasn't overly stressed, but it is a weight that I carried this whole time. So remember, I had nothing. I got a whole box, and I got a whole box, and that's beautiful because I worked there's a reason why I have calluses on my hands, because I work for what I have. Nobody pays me. Nobody tells me to get up and work. Nobody tells me to go to, my job is because I'm the boss. I tell myself when I get up and go to work. If I call in sick today and say, you know what, I'm sick and tired of coming into work, boss. I'm sick and tired of looking at you. Like, well, all right. Well, then we'll see you tomorrow. I'm sick and tired of looking at you too. Have a good day. So I don't have many sick days. So that's about, I don't get to take days off. I live on a homestead. I remember I've had animals out here for many years. I live off grid, so I don't have your flushing toilets, running water. I could and will soon, but I don't like to live like that. I have composting, waterless, nature's head. I still carry my water. I have showers, multiple showers out here with on-demand hot water heaters. I don't use them. I like to take a shower with a bucket, pour the water over my head, wash my body, and use about 3 or 4 gallons. Just plenty of water. Take a shower. You don't need more than that. You're wasting it. So I can't imagine the hundreds of thousands of gallons of water that I've saved through the year that'll be here for somebody someday to drink and stay alive. Because you got to have water to stay alive. Imagine that. I've been doing that for a long time, actually. I drink a lot of water, so I consume quite a bit of water myself, but not like most people. Most people just waste a lot of water, so I don't like to waste water. I never have. So I'm what you call a minimalist. So thank you, Father, that I can take and not be desiring a bunch of, could have went and bought a stripper or something. I don't know. Better probably to buy one than, go there where you, never mind. So, but don't buy strippers. I'm just kidding. It was just joking. I don't spend my money on anything with the farm. My animals, animal feed, things like that, tractors and building material. You see what I do out here, so I don't really. You already want back in here? You're like having a wife again that changes her clothes every 5 minutes, coming and asking if she looks nice. Honey, does this dress look, does my butt look big in this dress? Honey, is there a wrong answer or a right answer before I answer that question? All right, hold on. Oh, Pander, they got you some more food there, Pander. You have a whole thing of food, my Pander, boy. Where's your sissy? Where's your sissy? Where's Juniper girl? Where's Juniper girl? Where's Juniper girl? Juniper girl! Where's my kitten girl? Come eat some dinner, girl. Kitten girl. Come on, little sweet pea. Where you at? Kitten girl. Huh. Oh man, I think it's time. I might get something to eat here, guys. Take a pause here for 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe I went and got some eggs from the guy that I know that's got where I buy my eggs from, since I give my chickens away. And I'll come back up in a few. So if you guys want to take a 5-minute break or something, 10 minutes, it'll take me long or easy or something like that. So uno momento, por favor, and I'm gonna make myself some eggs. I just feel like I need some eggs. So I just got some fresh eggs from the farm, fresh. And so I think they're 3 or 4 days old. He was all, well, I'm sorry, they were 3 days old. I'm like, And they're like 30 days old from the store, so not right off the chicken's butt. But anyways, supposed to get some more tomorrow. Supposed to bring in some more, get some more eggs tomorrow. So give me a minute, and yeah, cool. Take your time. I'm gonna try to clean the pan here. I think I used my last one here. I'll accept a couple of my skillets that I cast iron. But give me a moment, and we'll come back here, and we'll have a continual conversation about whatever, man. You know, who knows what I'm going to come back and talk about. So they're eating cats and dogs. Well, some countries they eat cats and dogs, and that's totally wrong. Have you never had K-doggy? I'm K-gogi. So, hey, what's going on? Good, thanks for coming back in. So, well, we eat everything. We're like kids, man. You ever see a child just try to shove whatever they can in their mouth? There is nothing on this rock that we have not tried to eat. I don't care if it's a crustacean, if it's a mammal, if it's a canine, if it's a feline. I don't care what it is. You know what I'm saying? We have tried to eat everything, guys. Don't fool yourself. What you think is strange in some cultures is completely normal. You just live in a certain area on this rock that. So don't think that's just because people eat your pet that's to them. It's seriously. I'm telling you, we have tried to cram everything we can in our mouths. If we're human beings, we've been here long enough. If we can shove it in there, remember, we got the guy. This guy's got to try the mushroom, man. You try this. You try this one. All right. It looks like if you die, we'll tell everybody you were the one that tried. You know, think of it for all the people who tried all those things before us that we didn't know. You know, and they went out there and ate. Yeah, there we go. Take you the cooler right on time, right to the guys that put in all the dirty work for us. We're not even giving it up to Cro-Magnon man or Denisovan or Homo sapiens sapien. Oh wait, that's so. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. Oh my goodness, guys, there were people who had to go out and figure out what was good, what killed us, what was a vegetable, what was a fruit. Yeah, we didn't know, you know. So thank goodness for those who went out. People are nuts. I don't, you know, I didn't do mushrooms. I only just started recently actually being able to eat. They used to kind of make my stomach, not cook ones. All right, look like we're having a little interruption. So if we lose you for a minute, I'll come back on here because I'm not sure. It looks like the earlier had a little energy. It looks like we got some. We had a coronal hole stream that was hitting us the other day that was earth facing. So I think we're starting to see the effects of that coronal hole stream. So I'm not sure if you watch the sun. You should watch every day. It's an amazing, amazing, amazing. Out the sun. It's not you. It's not CO2. It's the sun. So, I'll be back. I'm gonna go make myself some huevos. Some huevos. All right, we'll put that in there. No biggie. No biggie, biggie. No biggie, biggie. cheese. We're gonna make some cheese too, huh? The cheese. This is over. I'm gonna have some more over here. Oh, dos más. Dos más right there. Those beautiful looking eggs there, aren't they? Farm fresh. Farm fresh. Where's that pepper at? Oh, there's the garlic salt lid there. Oh, careful. Or pepper. I want some more pepper. More pepper. Pepper. Where are we? There we go. Oh, now I still have pizza. You get pizza. Beautiful girl. Where's my girl? Where's Jennifer girl? Alright, watch the doggo. Get out of the kitchen, baby. I'm in the kitchen cooking. Alright, all done. Look at that. Boom, shakalaka. What are you doing there, kitten boy? I hear you out there, kitten boy. What are you doing, kitten, big kitten boy? You're the best big kitten I ever had. Oh, it's full of meat. Oh, I hear Jennifer girl. There she is. There's my favorite little kitty girl I ever had. There's Jennifer girl. All right. We're good to go. Huevos con queso con carne. We got some ground carne here. Watch out there, Tuggy. Dad's eating, so go on. Oh, let me give it another plate. That's hotter than Hi, Juniper girl. I haven't seen you all day. Where you been, good girl? You been out there mousing and getting birds? All right. Yeah. I had some leftover. I made some burritos, and I had a little bit of extra meat, so put that underneath those and cooked them with some cheese. So, oh man. Look at the color of those yolks. What color is that? Oh, come on now. What are we switching around here? Come on. All right, there we go. Almost the same color as the orange of those eggs. Is the queso. Look at that, man. Freaking. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Some good stuff there. Look at the color of that yolk. Look at that. Oh, thank you, Father, for good eggs. You ain't getting no store-bought eggs like that. That's egg yolk, not scrambled eggs. Mmm. That's good. There's a little cumin on that hamburger, so that's a pretty good mixture. Pretty good mixture. Well, let's get some of that yolk on that hamburger. Look at that bite. Look at that. It's all dripping with yolk. That's all hamburger. Oh, a little bit of cheese there. Don't mind my drippy cheese. Just melty cheese. I am a cheeseaholic. I wish I'd stop eating cheese altogether. I am addicted to cheese. So, hold on. Come on there. Get on there. All right. See that? All right. There we go. Mmm. That's super good. Thank you, Father. We'll rob some of this egg over here. Quail eggs are good. Heck yeah. Quail eggs are fabulous. Super good bite. Oh. I'm telling you something about farm fresh eggs. They're just completely different than a store-bought egg. Completely different. Notice every bite's got yolk on it. These are white eggs. Oh, I didn't scramble them. I don't see how people could live in the cities anymore. It's just whatever. You live in the city, and I'm going to live. Oh man, that bite is just, look at that. Oh, let's get some more meat on that. This one here had the biggest yolk too. Look at this one. Look how big that yolk is. Big old yolk. That one was big too. The one underneath that one's, I ain't even got to the yolk on that egg white. Look at that's all yolk there. That's how big the yolk is on that thing. Ate all the egg white, and then need some more than the yolk. Hey. The yolk's my favorite part. So, I mean, I like the egg white, but I like the egg yolk. I like them, over easier. Actually, these sunny side up. I just put a little bit of water in the pan and let them cook on top of that burger there. I think I found an egg white. Look, I found an egg white. That's not covered in yolk. See? Fabulous. Hey, look how big this yolk is on this egg, man. Look how big that yolk is. It's almost the size of a tennis ball. Just the yolk. And these ain't duck eggs. These are chicken eggs. But this guy he spoils his chickens like me. That's why I buy eggs from him, because he's all organic, and he spoils. Well, he eats his eggs too, but he sells them up at the hardware store. But you can tell because his eggs are fabulous. I mean, look at that. Again, look how big that freaking yolk is. Freaking, it's awesome. Love it. It just ain't even like buying store-bought eggs, You get what you pay for, boys. Ladies and germs. Oh. I think I found another egg white. Found another little egg white there. Not covered in yolk. Man, that's good. That hamburger with that little bit of cumin, a little bit of paprika and chili powder. Yeah, Satan's Hardware. You been to Satan's Hardware in Pegmas Valley? It's a great place, other than the name. Satan's Hardware, darn it. Why is it Satan's Hardware? Why do they call it Satan's Hardware? But anyways, the guys that work there are good dudes. And, oh, damn it, what's his name? He's been working there forever. He's a really good guy, too. He's not faith-based, but he's a good dude. So, they're a crucial part of the community out here in the middle of nowhere. Out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Those are good. Oh, man, this is so good. I love eggs, man. Oh. They're all pretty good dudes. Pretty good dudes. Pretty good guys. Pretty good guys. Guys, I bought a coffee today. I haven't had coffee forever. I bought one of these little Frappuccinos. I haven't had one of these in forever because I've been doing coffee, so. Oh, let's drink this. Oh, man. It's not very good for me. I don't drink a bunch of this. I quit drinking caffeine, so, but a little bit's not going to hurt. Oh, man. I think there's a few bucks. $3, $4 for the 18. And there's a lot of people do them out here where I'm at. A lot of people really raise good eggs out here, man. There's good feed and a lot of access to hay and alfalfa and stuff where I'm at. So chickens get fed pretty good out here. So there's a lot of people who do them out here, but I like those guys up there at the hardware store. They're good dudes. And the one guy, he's I can't remember his name. Darn, I should ask him his name again. I'll remember his name if I just ask. Just ask his name and I'll remember. So that is so freaking sweet, man. Wow. I'm still freaking off the first one. Whoa. That's a lot of sugar. Oh, a little poison every once in a while, not going to kill you. So. Right? So, anyways, like I said, I had my own birds here, but I want to give them to one of the local ladies. She needed them. She was struggling. It helped her out a lot, and I gave her the ducks too. She ended up giving the ducks to somebody else because they had like this whole spread that they built for them. One time she said, "Oh, you're gonna be mad at me because I was having a struggle with the ducks, and I gave them." I'm like, no, if you gave them a better home, that's what the whole thing is. I could raise them myself, but I knew you need them, so she loves them, and they keep her busy. And those birds that I have were the red sex-link. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't eat a lot of crap, so try not to. But yeah, this is a lady who lives locally. She works really hard here within the community, and I ended up giving my birds to her, and these were those red sex-link. And so those things are like freaking little puppy dogs. And that other one, that was laying the blue eggs, and the other one had a couple of odd ones. Man, they were fabulous birds. And so they really, like I said, she just was in a kind of a spat of depression. You can get out here and just kind of getting a little bit of a lull out here. And so she had a lot of death in her family and stuff. So I'm like, this lady needs these birds to keep her occupied because they're just like little pets, So and she has dogs and stuff. She just needed something to get her out of the house. So I spent a lot for those birds and put a lot of money into when I raised them. And I freaking remember I had them in the house for months because in the winter time, but I'm sure she just absolutely loves them. And those eggs from those birds too, because I organically purchase all my own food. I don't buy any. Kevin bought a little, I think, scratch or something like that, but I just rather make it. I mixed it in with it, but it didn't last very long. I'd rather just feed them organic food and make my own food myself. So, but what if, people figure out real quick with these chickens that you're not going to get them for the price of, to raise chickens is more expensive than it is to go buy store-bought eggs. So when you can buy a dozen eggs, man, that was a good burp. I don't mean to go there, but the eggs are wonderful. Pedro, I'm having a conversation. He is short on the attention span there, Pedro. Is that like Pedro Lapacas? Like, no, man, I didn't know your name was Pedro. Oh, it's just a bird, man. All right, just kidding. I was a little Cheech and Chong in here. But anyways, people have raised birds now, and they figure out that, hey, that costs a lot more than to raise them than it does to, but they're not the same. You can't get the quality egg that you get off the back of a chicken than you can from the store. I don't care what brand they are, organic, whatever. You got to get eggs from the store. Pedro used to be neighbors. I know many Pedros in my day. Remember, I grew up in San Fernando. I was born in the valley. So, which Pedro are you? I've known a few Pedros in my day. I remember Pedro from Tijuana down there too. He's a good guy. And Chewy down there. I remember Chewy used to go down there and hang out down in TJ. Go down there. And Ensenada. I knew a Pedro in Ensenada too. Which Pedro are you? Pedro, my neighbor. That had to be like way long ago. Like, I'm older and I'm a little old, so going back to Cali. All right. Anyways, like Cali US cycles, I'm older than all of you in this room combined. I never end. So what do you mean years? You count in years. you count in time, right? Time is an illusion. Time is a doorway. It's like death. It's not the end of the world. Don't worry about it. It's not as bad as you think. So gotta be back. Remember all that John Connor? So Terminator. Man, what the hell have I got this? Oh, I think my back's just being weird today. My back's been acting a little funny. What'd I do today? I didn't lift nothing today. I don't know, back's been doing a little fucking tired. I apologize for the curse, and it just won't go away today. So it's been a while since it's been acting up like that. So apologize for my outburst. If you ever had a sciatic, it's a really tough one to deal with. So nerve pain is something else. But I don't know if it's that or it's my hip. It just keeps bouncing around. I think it's my hip, but it feels like my back. So kind of one of them in between ones. So it's just signal pain is all it is. It's not actual. It's all messed up a while ago. So take good care of your bodies, because when you get older, you don't want to give all your money to the doctor, right? Now, what kind of sense does that make? Spend your whole life to build a big old savings account, go give it all to a doctor. That doesn't make no sense to me. Quick stop. Quick stop. Quick stop. And I know Quick Stop. Where the hell did I live near? I have a general, like, I worked at 7-Eleven. How many Quick Stops are there? Yeah, I know a quick couple in Oregon, too. You're not from Oregon. I've been to Oregon for a minute. Here, that's where I'm at now. But I've been coming to Oregon since the 80s. But that's where I currently reside. A bird naturally? Yeah. No, never. Hold on a minute. I'm going to intake. Oh, yeah, some of my flowers here. We're gonna do some flower action here. Give me uno momento, por favor. Oh man, I almost want to take one of those gummies, but I don't think I don't think I need a gummy yet. I save the gummies for like really bad days. Gummies are like the best. They really do help. For anybody who has any kind of signal, nerve problems with, nerve conductivity and problems with that sending that signal pain. I went and visited the dinosaurs off the parkway that one time. You mean at La Brea Tar Pits? Oh man, I think this guy's going way back. I got to get my Wayback Machine out here. Oh man, to see the dinosaurs. Oh crap! I only remember seeing the dinosaurs is in La Brea Tar Pits. Remember? Oh man, I can't actually remember how many Pedros I know. I knew several Pedros growing up. This is where I grew up. Grew up in San Fernando Valley, so I lived all over Los Angeles, so I knew quite a few. And actually, two of the three, the couple of the patrons, I know they weren't. That wasn't even their name. They just went by that name. It's not uncommon. I could know if this person was, if I knew him, because they'd tell me what my name was growing up as a kid. They all, as a younger, not a kid, as a teenager, they all called me one thing pretty much growing up. Everybody called me the same thing, other than crazy. They all called me the same thing. Oh, them coyotes starting to howl out here. Out here, we get the coyotes in the desert. Coyotes in the desert. I grew up in the desert. I was born in the desert. I'm a Scorpizzo, so what do you think? Get off there. Get off. There we go. Hoorah. Hoorah. We say that in the Army. They say hooah. That's what the Marines say. They say hooah. Ooh, I think we're going to go for the cat scratch fever. It's not the cat scratch fever. Ooh, that's the cat, though. Yeah, it's the boobies. Oh, man, I'm so glad I'm not in jail right now. I told this joke to the lady earlier. She worked up at the gas station up there at the Shed Mart or whatever they call it now, the Sinclair. But she was talking about her ex-husband. She was really upset. I could tell she said something about her ex-husband. And I said, and listen, so this is it's just a joke. Okay. It's just a joke. So I got to say this just to cover my ass because I don't want to get in trouble, but because it's just a joke. Okay. But she was griping about her ex-husband or something. I said, you know what? I said, listen, I said, if I shot my ex-wife the first time I wanted to, I'd be out of jail by now. And she's like, I said, I'm just kidding. I didn't really, so I thought that was pretty funny, but I never did want to do anything to my ex-wife. Remember, she got on a plane, flew off, and never saw her ever again. So, well, I did many years later, like 30 years later or something like that. But I didn't even recognize her. My brothers knew who she was, but I didn't know. Or my older brother, but she served us some drinks or whatever. It was at where was that, Eugene somewhere or something, and they came in and ordered food, and she knew my name. I didn't even know who she was, and she's like, "You don't recognize who I am?" I said, "Lady, I never seen you in my life." She goes, "Your ex-wife, Tracy?" I'm like, "Damn!" So she had changed quite a bit from the time that I'd seen her. Whatever. She was still, very attractive, but she was just, the years had passed, and when I married her, she was, 19 years old and no children, no, we were young, so I think I was she was in her late 30s, and I was in my late, or something like that, and so we didn't look like kids anymore, neither had she, but yeah, she had changed a lot, but I didn't recognize her at all. She thought it was funny, but so did my brothers, but I didn't. So I wasn't paying attention. My lights were thinking about something else. So, but it was pretty funny to have your ex-wife tell you that. And I told her, I never seen you in my life, lady. I don't know who you are. I don't know how the hell you know my name, because she thought it was kind of funny, I guess. But I don't know why they brought me to somewhere. My brothers are the ones that, what a bunch of bring me to where my ex-wife is going to be working at. What a joke is that, Seriously. It's all right. Whatever. Things happen. So it was like I said, no hard feelings or whatever. And then I think she called me like 5 years later. But some posting about me like she was worried about me or something. Even your current wife is a big advance. Oh man, you got one of those? Hey, as long as she treats you good, Pedro, what are you worried about? I'd rather have me a woman treat me like gold than looks. There you go. Heck yeah. I don't care if she got a couple pimples and some stretch marks, and those are freaking racing stripes, baby. Woo! Those look good. All right, but you know what I'm saying? Freaking she treat me good. I love her just the way she is. It's not how much you love somebody, it's how much you can stand somebody. That's what love is. You don't know love until you can. It's those little things that would drive a man crazy that you just love about her. They kind of drive you crazy, but you love her anyways. You can just, it's just who she is, who you are, right? That's what love is. So remember, love is nothing. You could love somebody that could be sleeping on the couch and hate them and still love them. Love is not, it's how much you can stand somebody. That's true love. So, all right, anyways, don't ask me. I ain't got no lady sitting next to me. I ain't giving this. I ain't Dr. Phil. I ain't got no relationship advice. I'm just kidding. Seriously, there's no lady sitting next to me, so don't take my relationship advice. So it is. People don't want to. It's relationships you should have to work at. I mean, they don't just always do themselves. The way I put it, you know what I'm saying? Is that people have to, you can't give 100% all the time. Does that make sense? You can't give 100% all the time. So it's impossibility. So sometimes people can only give 80%. So you got to give 120 that day. As long as you're both giving 100, so to speak, you can make up. Because sometimes people can only give 50%. You got to give 150 that day. See? Somebody's got to pick up that slack, man. And it goes like that. That's how I think a relationship goes. You thinking it's going to be some fairy tale where you both give 100% all the time, you're crazy. People argue, people run into things. It doesn't always work out like you want. But when you can kind of tip the scale, oh, they're having a bad day. I think I need to pick this weight up for him because I'm going to have a bad day. And hopefully she can pick up that weight for me on that day. So that's the way I look at it. And like I said, don't ask me. There ain't no lady sitting right next to me. But I've had some long relationships. Most of my relationships have been very long. I don't bounce around like a ping pong ball or whatever. I got that out of my hair when I was real young and a teenager, dating a few girls at the same time or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Right. But you know what I'm saying? But EMS, what I'm saying is if your partner's lagging that day and you can see they're lagging, you got to put the slack for them, because they're having a bad day. People don't always have good days. So, you got to kind of rise to the occasion, for the day, whatever that, and you teeter-totter, and that's how you can, and it might not be, but you don't want to get pretty close. And normally you can balance out the imbalance throughout the day. You know what I'm saying? And it works really well. And then sometimes, like I say, because then you work towards it and you're thinking, oh, well, they've got me covered today. I feel like you can not just cruise or taking advantage of it, but then there's sometimes where you're just both giving 100 and it just works like a freaking amazing, right? I mean, because you're both all firing on same cylinders, but then boom, there comes that day. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be able to pick up the slack with somebody, and that's why I think people who love each other, they recognize those things. And they're like, hey, she's having a bad day, man. I fed her. She's starving. She's a freaking animal here. So if your wife's acting crazy, if your girlfriend's acting crazy, don't argue with her what she wants to eat. Just get her some food. Stick some food in her mouth. She'll probably be a lot better after she eats. Okay, ladies need to be not overfed, but I'm telling you, try that. There's one thing. A lot of guys can't figure out what's wrong with their ladies. Feed her. Give her some food. She's probably just a little low. She needs a little food. She'll be back to normal. That's what I've ever found. Sometimes they get a little crazy because women are weird about sometimes, that's why I like to do all the cooking in my house. You don't get to cook in my house. This is my kitchen. Get out, lady. All right. Well, you can cook, but I think even my last girlfriend, dated her for a few years. She maybe cooked twice or something. I prefer it, Hey, cook whatever they want. Like, you're going to cook all the time and do the dishes? Okay, whatever, man. I'm good with that. What do you want me to take the trash out? No, I take care of the trash. I need to worry about there's things you can, but So a lot of the times a lady, and then, but anyways, moving on. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to learn how to recognize, oh, she's coming up on her, her moon if she's still younger, she's not gone through menopause yet. So wow, she gets a little bit hard to deal with before the old cycle of the moon, Yeah, you recognize these things, and she's got the certain things about you too, certain things little tick you off or get you a little, it's the little things that irritate him. Yeah, the big stuff he don't crap he deals with, like, but the little things that kind of bother him. He's that's me. The little things drive me crazy that I love, but it's the little things that drive me nuts. The big things I'm like, blow it off, whatever. I just strap right through that stuff. It's the hard times that when you have a chance to actually shine. I don't mean like, it's your moment to, and this EMS knows I'm talking about when you're put under the gun, that's when you deal with things the best, Just some of us are meant to be that way. It's just the way Father made us. But anyways, sometimes the little things just, what am I freaking out over? This is nothing. The big things come here like, that works. So, hey, it's the little things that make the most to me, man. Like I said, I love little things in a relationship when somebody could do just a little thing, not, doesn't have to be big and blow my mind. It's the smaller things that just, whatever. If you're, like I said, I guess they call me one of them, like them hopeless romantic type of guys where I just like to do the things. And I don't expect people to reciprocate, somebody to reciprocate. If I do something for you, you don't have to do it back for me. But if I want to do something, it's just because I want to do it. So, like I said, I remember I had mentioned the other day because I don't know, Carl. Sometimes they do that too. Remember, they do that with Yosemite National Park. All these animals running out of certain areas. If anything, guys, you should pay attention to that actual seamount off the Juan de Fuca, off the coastline of the Pacific Northwest, and we have Rainier that's been pounding out, seismic activity, and there was 400 earthquakes. They're say it's imminent. It's going to go at any time now. So I don't want my son down there anywhere near that freaking coastline. That side of the I-5, love it. It's beautiful over there. So some of us are, EMS, that's what I'm saying, some of us are kind of cut from a similar cloth, even though we're not, I mean, we could be worlds apart, but Father, and I'm not like anybody because I tell people I can't be cloned, but some of us just are, again, and I don't mean to like just narrow you or me into a certain way, but you find there's either service to self or service to other beings, and it's okay. You need to serve yourself. If you're not happy, you're going to make everybody around you miserable. Take care of your own crap. See, that's my problem. Finish your own stuff, Tracy. You wouldn't have so many problems. Well, that's why I don't have anybody around me. Nobody has to suffer, but some of us are just, because we're service to others, we're going to always have the ability to want to adapt, if you will, to whatever the situation. You could put us anywhere in the world and we're going to figure it out. Doesn't matter which genre. We're just like a chameleon. You just adapt and overcome, So that's just how it works. You can't help it. Father made certain people, like I said, people vary by their fruit. Don't judge them by their cover. They might say they're this or do this or what. Hey, actions do speak a lot louder than words, right? You'll know them by their fruit. Just because they're dressed in a nice suit and tie doesn't mean they can't commit crime. Oh no, well, hey, Donald Trump could be shoved off a 500-story bank and still land in a suit, right? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. You couldn't change that if you tried, EMS. You couldn't. My son's like, Dad, go on the road, go do you. You've always wanted, you got enough money to get that double cab Tacoma. You'll have plenty of money to go on the road. You got your passport. They want you to go Australia. You got viewers bugging the hell out of you to go over there. You got that guy from Russia. Go, Dad. Stop trying to help me. Go. I got this. I got silver. I can take care of myself. This is your chance, Dad. Why do you have gold, Dad? Nope. Here I am. So pay the ministry off, take care of my own crap, then I wouldn't have so many problems, right? I don't care. Whatever. I feel better when others around me have the service that Father made me to do. If I suffer, so what? I'm making it. I'm here, right? I'm smiling. I'm not that miserable. I laugh every once in a while. I'm a pretty serious dude to be in there for many. I've been here too long, but you can say I can be serious, but I like to cut a joke and still try to enjoy life, even if it's difficult. You got to find the silver lining in each situation, man. Each one of them has. I remember my Nana. She was my Nana. She was great grandma, but she was in her 90s. She had just this thing in her where she told me everybody had good in them, and it didn't matter even if it, and I didn't even understand back then. She said even if it was, back then, and I never heard her curse or anything. She was really old. She was like 98 or something when she died. We called her Nana, but she said that. She said, no, Tracy, there's a silver lining in all things, especially the bad situations. There is, if you find it, there is. And she said that was basically that was God. He was, that silver lining was him in that situation. And I was like, and I didn't know until I got a lot older, years had passed, and I knew exactly what it is that she meant, and because she was just like that. Everybody had, even if they were bad, she said, yeah, but they have some good in them. You don't understand. That doesn't mean that they're all bad. Nobody's all bad, even if, and to me, how much I don't like that, because that's 99 truths and a lie, 99 lies and a truth is still a lie. So, but I love that she can find in the situation that, there is God's hand in all things, is what I later figured out what she meant, that there is, even with the bad, that's the necessary evil, if you will. Learned it in many ways, what she meant about the silver lining. Like I said, we mature sometimes and decades go by and we're like, wow, man, I wish I would have sat down and talked with, and I did. I love my Nana. I love hanging out with her so much and being with her. And I wanted my dad to always take me to be with her. I just loved her old, man. She just had the greatest stories. I always wanted her to tell me stories about older, when she was a kid and she was younger and she was, I wanted to know what it was like back, because I thought I should have been born back a little bit before her time, and I just knew I wanted. So that's why I was always trying to discover, like, what was it like back then? I always asked all my elders, tell me about what it's like back then. And I never liked how people treated the elderly so poor, but they had the best stories. They'd lived longer than all of us. So they knew how the struggles, they knew how to, when I wanted to actually go to somebody to give me advice that I didn't want to hear, I go to my grandma. On my mom's side, she would not tell me what I wanted to hear. What I'm saying? Even though she's family and she wasn't like that. Remember, she was a Jew she wasn't like that, man. She was. So I go to her and she'd tell me what I didn't want to hear. I go to everybody else. Well, you're family and they cared about me and they loved me and they wouldn't give me what I want. They tell me what I wanted to hear. I go to grandma. She'd tell me what I didn't want to hear. That's when I know something's wrong. And I had, what I'm saying? I was like, I go to her and she'd tell me what I was like, okay, that's what I got to do. So, so yeah, my grandmother was trifling and stuff and caused a lot of problems, but she was smart because she was old and she'd seen. I just wanted to pick her brain. I didn't care about all the drama she caused with my mom and stuff. I knew she was wise because she was old. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. It just is what it is. I have my family's so nuts. I don't even really have that much family left anyway. So there are too many family members I even have left that are really alive. A lot of my family's already passed off through, I don't know, that's how it is. Just weird. We've been a lot of deaths in my family, but not any recently anything that's just out of the ordinary. But through the past, first 20 years of my life, a lot of family members, it's weird. But anyways, she would always give me that hard advice that I needed, not what I wanted to hear. So that's what you do. So let me go ahead and recommend this as well. loved ones are the last persons that you want to talk to. Okay. You want to go talk to somebody that's not your friend, not your family. They'll give you the worst advice, by the way. Actually, go outside your family, somebody don't love you at all, and they'll tell you what you want to hear too, because they don't have a bias. Okay. So, but my grandmother didn't have a bias because she was old school, and I like that though. Because I'm saying her morals were so old that she wouldn't, and I was pretty young when I was coming to her, honestly, was some pretty young. And so she was probably very, thought about her words that she was saying to me because it was super influential, but there were some times I struggled because I was a weirdo. Um, like I said, it wasn't like my brothers, and they didn't want to hang out with her, and they didn't like, she didn't, you know, she's a super busy lady, constantly doing a million things. That's why I liked her because she was like just freaking never stopped. And she had just seen so many things and been through a lot of struggles. My grandfather was in Navy. He was actually he's kind of not like that. See, I don't like talking about my family. But he's what he was written in the history books. He's worked with the canines. He was an animal. I don't know how he could. He was an animal. I don't even know what to say. He had just a way with animals I've never seen with any other person. But he was the first person to send a message using a canine across enemy lines during World War II, and to send out and retrieve a message. So um, Frederick, if you wanted to just look up his name, if you don't, it doesn't matter. I don't care. But that I don't think I don't care about doxing or whatever. But his name is Frederick Tumeth, and you can look up his name and in the histories and what he did. And he was up there in Alaska, I believe Adak, or yeah, just go look up. It's been a little while since I looked up, but I think you know my grandmother having him as her husband too. He was. I love how my grandfather went out. Uh, he just turned off. He just turned off. I mean, that dude had a thick black freaking head of hair. Just although he was 87, I think, or something when he passed. He just turned off. He just turned off. And I remember because I went and they told me that I needed to come see him before he had passed. They knew he was obviously, and they said something was wrong with him. And actually, when I went and talked to him, I figured out what was wrong with him is that something had happened to him, or can't remember. He had an injury, but he came out of it pretty quickly. It was just really quick. But everybody kept babying him after that. My grandma kept babying him, and trying to coddle him, and he didn't like that. And so he wouldn't talk to anybody. He just shut off. And because I went to talk to him, and they said, "Oh, he's already gone. He won't talk to anybody, and he hasn't, and he's just, his health is depleting, and he's not eating but once a day, and he's eating. He's fine. I would still want to come see him. If he's eating, he's fine. I don't care. Is he drinking fluids? If he's fine. So what? Well, he just missed some date. He's fine. He's still eating food. I'll get up, and I went and visit him, and I talked to him, and he talked to me. And everybody's like, but I just talked to him, you know? What's going on, Grandpa? Oh, hey, Tracy, what's going on? You know, what's going on? What are you doing? I don't see anything going on outside. Why does the garden look like it does? I don't mess with, I don't want to do the garden right now. Oh, and I just talked to him, and he talked to me. We had a conversation, and then nobody else he'd talk to, but nobody after that. He wouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, he'd mumble and he'd say, but he didn't. I just talked to him though. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, I think it was 1 week after that, no health problems. He just died in that chair, sitting there, you know, uh, just passed right there in his chair. No heart attack, no, just turned off. So that's a pretty cool way to go. Like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore, you know. But yeah, it's pretty. Just shut himself off. Totally healthy. Totally, you know, he worked like his, you know, he had all the whole shop outside, and he freaking gardened, and he just same way as my grandmother, just nonstop working like a freaking mule in his 80s, still out there collecting hard rocks and driftwood and going to the coast and digging out of trash cans, collecting food, and just freaking, he was a, him and my grandma made a pretty good, uh, yeah, that's what was cool. You know, I'm saying it was his time and his way. That's right. And I know Father's the one who took him because his day of death was written. But I honestly think he was just tired of dealing with my grandmother. You know, she was freaking such a drama queen. And she caused so much problems in the family between my mom and because of the property. My mom ended up taking care of him, getting him on hospital, you know, moving, you know, onto a piece of property and watching them. It caused some, you know, my grandmother, you know, and whatever. And Grandpa's like, dude, I can't do this. I love you guys, but you know, I guess he like went from fine, and then 1 week he won't, you know, and then so in less than a month he was gone and never suffered a bit. You know, it's no more. And so and yeah, but anyways, they're a big influence, you know, people like that, and you know, again, and most of it's because they're my elders and they have amazing stories that you can't, you know, you can't find anybody anymore to truly appreciate how good we have it now compared to what it was like back then when people really struggled for every minute of the day was, you know, it was it, and it was a regiment, you know, for most of them, again, because that's just the ways the old, there wasn't this sit around and, you know, the life was, because it took 3 days to make a burrito, not 90 seconds. Remember? Ding, you know, the microwave generation. JJ Wentworth, it's my money and I want it now. So, all right, it's supposed to be grifting you if you guys want to make a donation, but don't donate, please. If you don't have abundance, it'll all work out. I think somehow maybe Father will bless and all. I won't have to go to trial, but I'm prepared to go to trial. So, um, but I have gotten a little bit of good news on this case, you know, as far as speaking with him when I haven't gotten anything. And so we'll see. Father has me in his hands already, so I'm not. There's nothing that's going to happen that's not, Father does not want to happen. So I'm willing to. Here's how I look at it. I'm willing to go sit in prison if that's what Father wants me. That's like the worst case scenario, right? So that's how I always work. I prepare for the worst, and I don't plan for, you know, because he'll destroy it, and I like hoping, but then I hope for the best, you know. And whatever Father does, I accept it. You know, I've been in sales like that. You know, as long as I make my base, anything else is gravy, baby. So, because I ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? When I was young and I used to chase dollars to make enough money so I could be with my son. I was a single dad. If I could make a month's worth of salary in 2 days and take 20 days off, then I wouldn't do that for the company. But if I chose to do that, I was a subcontractor. I could do whatever I wanted. I didn't have a boss. I was a subcontractor. I went in and paid the company to lease, you know, a vehicle, do what it is that I did so that I can go move product for the company. So, you know what I'm saying? So nobody told me. But so if I can make, you know, a week's worth of work, that gave me 3 weeks to study, be with my kid all the time. And that's how I live life. And so as long as I made enough to, you know, hit that premium mark and I knew I could do, I'd spend the rest of the time cracking the book, studying. What are you doing? Studying. I was always studying. So a lot, you know, I still did a whole life. I had a whole life. I'm very multifaceted dude, but I'm thankful that Father gave me this, you know, um, ability. So I know he'll do what he needs to do in this situation, and whatever he puts me through here, it's because he wanted to. I've always known that from any moment he could have already changed any of this in the twinkling of an eye. He can do anything. With all things through Christ, all things are possible. So I know he can do whatever he chooses, and so that's a good thing, you know. it tells me that he's not done beating me yet. So I'm not done being refined. He's still working on me. So he don't want me to leave here yet. And that's why I'm here today. And I'm blessed to even be here, because if they had their way, I'd be sitting in jail right now. You could have been a witness into it on the other day that they threatened to come here and where I was at just because I told them my son was dead or my daughter was murdered, and they told me that's nutty, And for asking the judge if it's nutty, they threatened to throw me in jail. So I've been put through a lot, but hopefully here in the next day, week, there's a date hearing coming up for a pretrial. It'll not a pretrial, a status hearing. He can get all this crap dropped. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not making any plans. I'm preparing for the worst. That's what I'm doing. So I just don't want to be away from my dog. So I feel okay with what I did. I don't care what. I remember I stood up to the law because they're trying to throw my son in jail for no reason. And I'm a veteran, and I took an oath to the United States Constitution, a republic, which isn't anymore in the Constitution itself, So that's all I'm doing. I know Father will cover whatever they do to me. He's got my back. I've already seen it now multiple times in this case. You know what I'm saying? Well, this is a lawyer that I paid for, hard paying. So this is a different kind of an attorney. This is an attorney. I haven't had any attorney say anything. None of these attorneys done anything for me. This attorney I paid for, and he's one of the most expensive attorneys in the state. So he's the one I hired for my son, because they were trying to railroad him in the same freaking case. Just like they tried to railroad me the other day. You could see what they tried to do to me. They just tried to do the same damn thing to my son. So, but I'm about $5,000 short right now. And he just sent me a letter. I could put it, I don't think I can screen grab it, that said, you need to send me the money so I can start filing the paperwork. And I totally understand. He's already given me an insane price. I know that I paid almost double that just to, my son didn't even go to trial. He took a deal and he charged me more for my son, so I know he's really helping me out right now is what he's doing. And those were his words to me. I'm not going to screw you. So I know what he's, when he threw out, the retainer at 15, I'm like, because I know he doesn't have to take this case if he doesn't want to take this case. He's 8 hours away a drive. That he don't like this county at all. I remember when I called him the first time, he said, Tracy, if your son was in any other county right now, he'd be out of jail right now. They do whatever they want over there, Tracy. You tell your son to be quiet. It's just Billy. And he just told me that the other day when I said, now, Tracy, I'm telling you, they do whatever they want. We're not going to, you and I might not agree on these things. They're going to, now I want you to, and see, that's what I like about him. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to, I like what he said. I'm not a dump truck. Don't unload your, I remember the first time I actually saw him, and not, the way I found out about this guy is pretty crazy, but he said, look, this is actually not after he represented, this is when I, talked to him, and he said, look, sit here and I'll be your psychiatrist if you want. I'm $500 an hour. I'll sit here all day and listen to whatever you want to tell me. But I'm here, it's like, because guys, I have so many civil lawsuits that even though it's criminal, it still falls under a civil lawsuit. It still falls under a civil lawsuit. And he's not a civil lawsuit, nor is a criminal lawsuit attorney. He is a criminal attorney. So his thing, he's like, Tracy, I know you know what I'm talking about. I want to concentrate on these charges that they have on you, and I have a civil attorney, he doesn't do civil lawsuits. He doesn't do lawsuits. He's a criminal attorney. And he's right. He's like, look, Tracy, I know, but we're going to get the criminal first, and then we'll do the lawsuit after. You've got to get these people off your back. They want to throw you in jail. You're not, how are you going to do civil lawsuits when you're in jail? So even though they violated your rights, these are civil rights violations that are lawsuits. So he's very smart, and he's been doing this since 82. And so he knows exactly what he's doing. He's not going to, if there's something I'm going to face, if there's something I'm going to do, and I already told him I'm not going to take a deal. And so he knew that. And so when he said, because I was thinking he's going to say, well, you want to take it to trial, I need another $50,000. And he said, see, I almost thought it was a mistake. And then they said, when he sent me the thing, it's on the thing. He said another 5,000. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'll tell you what, I'm done here. I got up out of the office because I came unexpected. Me catching him was like, not on the day that I went there, but something told me to go on there that day at that time, and I would meet him, and I got to. So he had a client right behind me, right? And I showed up unannounced, so I shouldn't sit in there and take up all his time. When he said that 5,000 over there, I'm like, get up out of here, Tracy, and leave. Don't, you know. So he sent me the paperwork today going, look, I need this money to move forward in this case. And I totally understand, because he can't give me counsel and, you know, me go to trial. And if they try to still railroad me, which they could do, put me in jail and then provide me service without having, you know, the money for, you know, the case. So totally understand where he's coming from. And that's why I'm taking the precious metals tomorrow, or wait, tomorrow's Sunday, right? Monday. And I'm going to trade them in. The whole idea is never to take paper, trade it for precious metals and trade it back for paper. But in this case, I don't care, because I need to find if my son is dead or alive. And I need to find out if my daughter is dead or alive. And if it just pays for that, I don't care. If I just figure that and nothing in the case goes and stalls for another year, I don't give a crap. I need to find out if Elijah and Adron are okay, if they're being held against their will, if you know, this is going to give me something. So I feel like I can breathe a little bit, brothers, sisters, to actually move forward. Kind of been holding my breath for 15 months here, you know, and nobody still even talked about the, and I don't mean to go there, guys, but he doesn't even really care about these 180 hours because there's so many issues with the case already. So it's really not even, you know, there are certain ways, like I already explained to you guys, you have to execute these warrants properly. There's certain evidence they have to have. They really messed this case up really bad. So hopefully he'll be able to negotiate something before trial to get him to just drop the charges, because I'm not taking a charge. I'm going to trial. I'm not going to sit there in the what I'm truly paying for, brothers, sisters. I don't know if you understand, because I remember talking with John. What you paying this attorney? Now, look, they have investigators. They're going to go there and represent you. That's a major thing when they're in front of that jury. Okay, that's a major thing. But one of the biggest things that you're paying an attorney, a paid counsel, paid attorney for, is to select your jury. That is everything when it comes to a jury. Go ask any good attorney that you've ever, and if they're a decent attorney, they'll say, that's damn straight. So that's what I'm paying this attorney for. That if I have to go to trial, because I don't think I can even get a fair trial. Remember, I already called for change of venue. So it's going to be near impossible for them to stack the deck against John Caligo in this case. And you already heard the chief of finance or the district or prosecuting attorney say that if he tries it once, he's going to have to try it multiple times. He only wants to try it once. So they already kind of have their backs against the wall. I'm not making any plans here, you know. I've already dealt with this 15 months of just nonsense, and I don't even know how it could even be at this point, but it is what it is. I've had to deal with it. Like I said, I mean, you know, my daughter and son could be in pain, suffering, hurting right now, and I just can't rest at night. You know, this has been a long 15 months. I've been through some hell in my life, but I've never had, you know, a son or, you know, or a daughter or my kids be, you know, not know where they're at. I've always been close to my son. Actually, up until my son was, I don't know, whatever, since I got custody of him, I don't think there was ever a time when he was with his mom and I didn't have custody of him that I didn't call him. Never, not one day. Even if she had him, you know, even if I left a voice message, I don't care where I was at, what I was doing, there would be never a phone call, not a day that I didn't place a phone call. Even with, hey, this is Dad. What's up, buddy? I love you. Listen to your mom. Mind for your mom. Dad loves you. I'm thinking about you, buddy. Have a good day. Love you. Bye. You know, there's never been a day that I didn't talk to. So being away from my son, and I've, you know, this is different. I've been away from him, but not thinking that he's struggling in pain. You know, if your children are suffering, wouldn't you want to go to them and find out if they're okay? So this has been crazy freaking, I don't know, I haven't had a heart attack, guys. The stroke was because of the freaking grenade. I know that's what had to cause that, because this whole side is all messed up with me. It's already, I don't know, I think my body just doesn't know how to balance. And that's part of why I think I had, whatever happened to me was because of that. I don't think I would have had a stroke in my life. And I don't know, again, I need to go look at this. Pretty sure that I'm prone to now having a stroke again, because I've already happened this once. I mean, this whole right side of my face, remember, it was like my eye was down here, and I'm trying to hide that crap from people because I don't want to sit there and talk about it. But that's why I have to file the lawsuits, guys. I don't care. I just don't want to involve in the night. It's like I got three rear end car accidents. Okay. And I didn't sue any insurance companies. All I ever wanted was my injuries taken care of. That's it. You know what I'm saying? To pay to make sure that I was looked at, and that's it. I never had filed it to try to take any. It's like I want to do the same thing with this. I don't want to deal with lawsuits. I want to move on with my freaking life in the middle of my life. You think I want to be dealing with courts? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be dealing with courts, but I'm going to have to do this. I have to make sure that I file these lawsuits to hold these people accountable. Now, not out of vengeance. Guys, I can't imagine who else this SWAT team has gone out and done this to since they came here this day. I'm sure there's others that have not spoken up, brothers and sisters. You think they sent 20 plus, maybe 5 of the state police, 4 or 5 of these 30 men out here, look like it was freaking the end of the world, to come pull this tirade that they did. And again, would you think they'd have an attorney to cover the case before they ever came out and SWAT raided? Okay, we have an attorney for all these. Not put my son's attorney and have him represent me. You heard me say that in open court. My son's attorney, Darren Spencer, represented me in open court. That's illegal. That's called co-counsel. Each defendant, I don't care if my son's, each one of them gets a different attorney or counsel, and he counseled me. He gave me literal legal counsel. That's illegal. There's been so many. Like I said, the whole case is just it's unbelievable how far it's come. But I know it's Father, so I need to make sure if I don't file these lawsuits and they just try to squash this, it's like I told my attorney the other day, if they don't drop both mine, and I know these are 2 separate cases, John, you made that very clear. I know, understand that, but if they don't drop his charges, there's no deal. The deal is his charges and my charges get dropped. Then, so I think what they might be doing, guys, Elijah's, like I said in the record, Elijah's bail money, I don't know why this long ago, because if he went missing in September, October, November, December, January, February, March, well, it's April, May, June, July. Why did he get notification that his bail money is being revocated? And this is what I put up. That, like I said, that's when John looked through the file and he goes, who paid Elijah's bail? He's like, 9,000, 12,000, 130,000. Holy crap. Who paid for his bail? I said, I did. He's like, so I think that's why he gave me a better rate, guys. Because remember, now I just paid bail to bail myself out with that last illegal arrest, which he knows, again, there are some issues with that one, that there was bail set for that. I got that bail money. Remember, that was $4,000 cash that I had to pay out of my own. I bailed myself out of jail. Remember, I'd never done that before. I bailed myself out. Well, whatever, what I'm saying? It's always me having to cover it, but with the whole money, my cash that I had. But thank you, Father. That was first. But, I have my sons, I have mine, and then I had a lot. Can't imagine what I've lost in this case. You know what I'm saying? This is incredible. How far and how deep this case has got into, and again, guys, I don't care about, because all this money would have been socked into the ministry for me. But I'm just saying, this is all taken away from the ministry. This is taken away from me being able to help other people out here. There could have been more of this stuff, and it's okay. I know it's all in Father's time, but, it's hard to fathom that, that's bail money. That's not even including, you know, the precious metals that I've lost in this case too. So, you know, and now I'm going to have to give up what I have, the rest of my precious metals. Like I said, I think I have over 200 ounces of silver, and I'm heavily invested in Eagles, which have a higher premium because last time they went up 100%. I needed to wait these things out. You know, this again, this gold and silver will be worth probably triple by the end of the year what it is now. But oh well. So I think tomorrow what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my flatbed, which is $7,000-8,000 rig, and take it down to the end of the road. And I asked the guy today if he wanted to buy it. He's like, Tracy, are you serious? I just bought a freaking, because he's building a house. He's like, I just bought a backhoe. If you would have come here, you know, a couple of days ago, I would have maybe held off with this guy or seen if I can. He's like, you can't do it. And because he said, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. But he owns the property up at the end by the highway, at the end of this road where I own the property up on the highway. He owns it at the split on this road up here. Mine's to the west. That's kind of like a four corners. There's no four corners there, so to speak, because there's nothing out at that at the road. But he said I could put it up there. So I'm going to put it up for $3,000. And somebody's going to steal it from me. It's got 247,000 for a diesel. It's a 4-cylinder. It gets like 30 miles to the gallon for a diesel. It's a flatbed, dually, a headache rack. This guy actually went through and he took out the original motor and transmission, and he went through it and he put this. There's a different transmission because he took out the engine brake and got rid of some of the complicated stuff. So I couldn't even replace it if I tried, because this guy made this one custom. I mean, I traded it at, you know, an $8,000, you know, a Metromite. I don't know if you know what a Harvest International Metromite is. It's a very old. It was a 1959. I put it up, you know, could have sold it, but this guy really wanted it for his business. So this was his business, you know, personal vehicle that he used for his landscape company. And then I gave him, you know, the offer to trade, and he traded me this, and you know, he gave me a little bit of cash, and it worked out for the both of us. So I've had it, I've used the heck out of it, and it's a great vehicle, and I need to keep it here because this is what I hauled everything on this property here with. So I never wanted to get rid of it, but I don't have the option. So I have to have the, like I said, $5,000 tomorrow. So I need to at least get 3 out of that so that I can figure out how to get the other 2. But I don't know where I'm going to come up with that, because I need to move it at a price that, you know, that it'll sell without any. It's Sunday. Who the hell is going to have $3,000 cash on them on a Sunday? So it's going to be hit and miss. So at this point, like I said, I think I can cover the 15. I don't know if they're going to give me even spot price though. You know what I'm saying? I might get a couple bucks under spot over 200 that could come up. So it's okay. I don't want to do all my finances with you here, but I'll figure it out, you know. Like I said, obviously I've done pretty well for myself out here to have, you know, what are these worth? I think about 3,300. See, I don't know if they're going to give me the 3,300. There's a premium. So there's 10,000 right there. These are quarter ounces. These have got to be worth at least $400 or $500. So there's, you know, there's $11,000 right there. And first, sisters, I didn't buy this metal. I traded for this metal. I didn't purchase any of this metal. All my silver I purchased. I didn't trade for any silver. The silver I had to buy. But that's not too bad, you know. I wouldn't want to get rid of this because look at this. You know, that's a freaking amazing little piece right there. You ladies could hide that in a second. You ladies could hide that too, but that's a lot easier to hide that, if you will. But anyways, it's got to go, guys. It's for my kids, so I'll give it up easily. I wish I just had a little bit more, and like I said, I really wish that somebody would have started some kind of GoFundMe or something a while ago, but it doesn't change it. It's not on the ministry to come into my legal battle and pay for my legal. That's why I said, don't worry about it all along. I don't want you guys to pay for my legal. If you can help donate to the ministry, that's one thing. But then I decided, remember, I don't want you to donate to the ministry unless you could pay for it all off at one time, because I don't want people to pay for something the ministry's God's providing, so that's why God's provided, Kevin a place out here where he can feel comfortable, and I sold it to him for half market price, and that covered a good chunk of how I needed to pay this property off. So thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Thank you, Father, for that. So I wish I had like another week or something, and I'd probably be able to pull something else off. I've just run out of time. So I'm thankful for this, guys. That's freaking amazing. Think about that. No taxes paid. Now, there was some cash involved because I started out like with one of these pieces with the motorcycle that I bought and fixed up, and then went and actually had the whole thing redone, put some, and traded that for a truck, and that truck, put money into that truck, and then ended up trading that truck for a piece of gold. So it was a process to get to, to the, some of these things that I have to do. I don't do like you guys. I work, I sell things, I fix, I raise animals. I sell a lot of things. I have to. I'm not a lot, but I sell more larger ticket items because of where I live. I can't sell smaller ticket items. If I lived in a city, I could freaking I wouldn't have to do anything. I just go pick through people's trash and build tiny homes. And seriously, out of people's trash. You can build tiny homes out of people's trash in the city. People throw away all kinds of good stuff all the time in the city. I could build you a tidy home just off people's trash. Be beautiful. Come in. Oh my God, honey, look at this. It's all out of trash. Seriously, people throw away just the, whatever. Kevin was a trash truck driver for a long time. That man has found everything you can imagine in the trash. So people throw away things for every reason in the world you wouldn't even realize. No, you wouldn't throw it away, but they will, because they don't need it anymore. They don't want it anymore. It might be a bad memory. There's a million reasons why people throw things away. So once again, look at all the money I've thrown away on fish tanks, things that, so like I said, it'll work out, brothers, sisters. So I'm hoping, and I'm not counting on it at all. I'm counting on going to trial. I don't think they're going to lay down. I don't. I think they're going to be told from the highest up, take this thing to trial no matter what. We want to stick this guy with as much as we can. So they're going to make me work for it, brothers, sisters. So I've got to figure out how to come up with the other 5. So I wish I had it today so I can get it behind me, but I don't. So I'm trying, though. I tried to get a mechanic to come out here multiple times and work on that Ford for me. Was willing to pay them. It made all the arrangements. They didn't show up. I put effort into things like that on that truck, and I've put 2 or 3 hours into it, but I'm not the best. The only thing honestly, it's probably more of my doing that I just don't do electrical. I deal with just about everything but electrical. And I remember I had this 77 4-wheel drive Vandura. It was true, 4-wheel drive from the factory. They sent it out, and it was having an electrical problem because it had dual whatever. And 2 years I tried to get, I had some guy almost come out and he beat the crap out of his wife. I had to call the cops on the guy because they're all stressed out, whatever. But he did. He beat the crap out of his wife, my driving light, and they tried to say he didn't, and I could tell she was, and finally they ended up, and I'm like, dude, over this stinking van, man, this is crazy. So I ended up fixing it myself, and it took me a while, but I got it all running exactly the way it should. But I'd rather hire somebody who knows what they're doing, so I could spend 3 days to do something he could do in 3 hours with the right tools, you know what I'm saying? And so I've tried to hire people a couple times, come out and fix this Ford truck that I got. It's a nice, it's got $1,000 worth of tires on it. But I had the receipt, you just brand new tires on it and stuff. So I offered that to Rick too, but he said, man, I bought that too, but I just don't, because he needs his Ford's getting pretty old and wore out, and this one's newer, and he could even take that utility box that he has on his and throw it on him. But he didn't have it. I thought I might have this thing licked, guys. I went down there and seen the neighbors, but he said I can put the electrical can shock the piss out of you. So I don't like getting shocked. I've been shocked several times in my life. So electric fences and whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. Father will provide. I have to sell something, and so I did put the property sign up on the property. I went and threw up an actual physical sign because I can't get. I can't even get my advertising. They've got me total. I put that bike up. It's a $5,900 Honda Valkyrie V6. They have excellent reviews. I put it up for $2,500. It won't list. I can't get it to list. Same thing. I tried to put the fat bed up for was it $3,900 or something? It won't list. So I put the property up for $19,000. It won't list. I was like, well, whatever. That's the thing. I'm gonna raise it back to 29 on the thing. So I remember I had somebody offer me a Tesla wall for that. That's $50,000, $60,000, and payments for 500. So I know the property's worth. I just actually talked to one of these locals here, and he said, Tracy, you know that there's properties up in town for $45,000 for a half acre now? I said, yeah, I know that. It's getting like that out here. I told you that was going to happen. People don't want to listen to me. It's $800,000 in Bend, like an hour and a half, 145 minutes away. This is kind of the next place to grow. People from there are coming here because it's too expensive to live. They come out here and live like kings out here. So of course, that's the guy who wanted to give me the Tesla wall. He was from there and he wanted to come out here, and he didn't have a place. He just wanted to get a little tiny home, sit out here and exist. He's tired of that. So he didn't need the Tesla wall anymore. He was going to install it in his home, but he's all done doing that. He sees what's coming in the economy. He's like, I'm getting out now. I'm out. Why I can. This economy is in free fall collapse right now, but people are not seeing it. It doesn't matter what the stocks do. It's like the hard cash, what's coming, assets, they're inflating, taxes keep going up. It's just getting harder and harder and harder to even, exist. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. That's not what that means, but it's just, it's getting harder. And the most printed denomination is the $100 bill. Not the 1, not the 10, not the 5, not the 20, not the 50, but the $100 bill is the most printed denomination out of all of our currency. Isn't that disgusting? It's the new 20. You break a 100 and it's gone. So I've talked about how 100 would last, and my mom could go take us shopping. Real meat. I mean, real roast and real steaks, and none of this corn syrup and maltodextrin and monosodium. Real breads that molded after 3 to 4 days on the counter. Bread that sit up there for 3 months. It ain't even molded yet. What the hell is that? All this real food. She get $15 back and take us to the drive-in. After that, we go hit the arcade. And then maybe take us through a Sunday and still have $10 in her pocket, $5 in her pocket, or the hell, man. $100 is gone in a country minute now. So it's getting hard to exist. So a lot of people come out here and the prices of things are going up. Plus, they just turned this into the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. So you want to come see the sky and not have a neighbor? This is where you're going to want to be. Get the best view of the stars and potentially the whole wide world, north, east, west, and south. This might be the place to do it. So they're not going to let too many. So that's what's making it go up too, guys. There's too many people coming out here at this point in time, and that's driving everything up. So that's what's frustrating, because this is the time that I should have already sold this property. I mean, it's the closest property. The guy I was talking to today, somebody's talking to today, he lives 25 miles from Christmas Valley. So that's probably like, from the school, that's probably like, 35 miles. So to bring his kid to school, it'd be 70 miles to go to school and back. This is just a little over 2 miles from the school. This is the closest property in the whole county, in North Lake County, to the school. I was hoping a family would have scooped this 5-acre parcel, built a nice homestead. It's right off the highway. I mean, this is not driving out in the middle of the country. And there's so many properties out here. This is right off the highway. Yet it's 5 acres, so it's big enough to put something back in a homestead. And you know what I'm saying? And it's the near perfect property. Father doesn't want it to sell. I'm like, so, oh well. like I said, I already said that, I don't expect anybody in this ministry to donate anything. It's just putting it out there. So um, I'm doing everything I can in my power to get this done without, I don't want anybody to give to anything because, like I was just explaining, it's so expensive right now. So there's a lot of silver and gold sitting in these trays right now, guys. It's not the average Joe who's buying metal. It's the elite. It's, the wealthy that have precious metals. Very few have people have even could put $11,000 worth of precious metals away. Remember, I traded for that mostly, though. Remember, through my labor and my work and my skills and my, so it's not like, um, but it's okay. I'm, I'm just glad to breathe now, to hear something, to know that something is being done. So maybe it won't go to trial. I don't know. I'm going to plan on it going to trial, guys. So how about that? And I don't want to make a plan, but that's, that's what I should at least make it. It's going to be, I think they're going to ride me hard. They have not been nice to me at all, ever once have they ever been nice to me in this case. They've been an absolute nightmare. So what would make them change now? A good attorney, maybe, but like I said, I don't want to plan on that. I want to know that I'm going to have to potentially go sit down and, uh, have my day in front of, I'd rather be tried by 12 than hung by one man in a black robe every day and any day. I'll never take a deal ever, 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 ever. I don't care if I didn't do it or not. I'm going to still make them do their job. So it's just the way I am. If more people did that, they wouldn't be able to do this to everybody. 98.5% of cases take a plea agreement, a plea bargain. Only 1.5% of the cases in all cases in America, federal, state charges, I don't care what, Title 18, revised statute, they take a deal, agree to take a plea bargain, a gain for the bar. So I'm not that guy. So I'm going to take you to the box. We're going to go sit down, and we're going to have men and women have my fate by my own peers and not by the system. The system. That's how it works. So I don't care if I get convicted. At least I sat down and I made them do their job. Welcome to the 1.5%. Set apart, not like the others. So that's why I told John the other day, I'm not going to take a plea, John. Just so he's all right, So, and I'm not taking an agreement unless they drop Elijah's and my charges. I know these are separate cases. So if they don't drop both mine and Elijah, just plan on taking it to trial. So you're going to have to negotiate both of these charges on both of us being dropped, not just mine. So I'm not willing to, if I'm going to pay you, this is what I'm going to pay you. And I don't, but that's it. Or let's plan on going to trial. So and he said, all right, well, looks like I might have to bring in the investigator. I might have to bring in, not another investigator. So he's serious. And I know John, he wouldn't have taken this case if he thought he'd lose it. Most attorneys won't take a case if they think they're not going to win the case. Would anybody disagree? I mean, if they knew they were going to trial, because you heard what Paul said. I can't represent him because he's adamant about going to trial. Remember that, EMS? That's what Paul said. Oh, attorney-client privilege breakdown. That's a standard thing they all say. And then he uses it against me, right? Oh, well, he's adamant about going to trial. That's why he needs a different counsel. Yeah, because I don't want it to take it to trial because I had done shit. I already quit this guy 3 months ago. Nope, you're going to have to go to trial with this attorney. You don't know what you're talking about, but and he hasn't counseled you, but you're going to have to go to trial. Oh, no, wait, you're not. Hold on. Hey, you might have to represent yourself if you don't get along. Do what we tell you. Do what your attorney tells you to. You listen to your attorney. You better listen to your attorney. I know what I'm talking about. All right, so, well, you guys are going to do whatever you want, and that would be a mistrial. What do you want to do, Chief of Finance? Oh, well, I want to try it once, and this would definitely be, I'd have to be a mistrial after. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about in there, huh? Oh, that it's sweet. Thank you, Father, for stepping in. Oh, guys, thank you, Father, for just moving anywhere in this case forward. All right, let me partake in a little more medicine here. Freaking Oh, thank you, Father. Oh, man. Man, I wish I could sell this stove. I have the coolest kerosene stove that I bought from Coleman. It's a Canadian stove, and I paid a couple. I paid $250 for it. Dude, I think this stove's worth at least $1,000 from somebody from a collector that collects Coleman stoves. Man, I wish I had had a little more time to get some of these things that I have, some kind of this one-off stuff that I have. I couldn't even find this thing anywhere in their catalogs and stuff. It's a really unique. It's got a glass Coleman globe on it and everything. Never been used. Brand new stove from like probably the 50s or something like that. And it's a double burner kerosene. Oh man, it's gorgeous. Got a glass globe on it too. And I bet you that thing somebody would buy that if I actually put that up right now. I bought it just because it was freaking so unique. I like unique things that are, one off. But I don't know. I better, like I said, I think I can cover. Like I said, I'm about $1,000 short. I'm sure he'll give me a couple days and a few days, and I'll figure it out. I seriously went and bought cans back today, guys. So Um, So I did what I'm trying to do, whatever I can. I'm like, hey, that's a piece. I got $40 in cans, so that's one more piece of silver that I might be able to save a piece of silver. So, and I was kind of bummed because I thought they took back battery cores and at the local, and they didn't, and that's like $10 a battery, and I had like 10 of them, so that'd have been another $100. So. Uh, they don't take them. I thought they did. Somebody other person said they did, and that I don't know. Maybe just a guy that I talked to said he didn't. He didn't. But thought I was on to something there with some battery cores, but oh well. I said I'll figure it out and we'll move from here, man. I'm so excited to get this behind me, and we can just come in here and maybe I can find out what's going on with Elijah and Adriana, and I can get the case dealt with. And like I said, at this point, I don't care what happens, just as long as something can happen, and something's happened. So a little breathing room here, a little, perturbed on how long it's take, but it is what it is. If Father didn't want it to be in this timing, it would be in a completely different time. So blessings that I've had you guys to be here to help me along with this for the last 15 months to be my. What are you guys doing? What's out there? Is the kitten out there? Is the kitten out there? Do you see the kitties? They get out there. The dogs are going to the door. The kitten must be out there. But what time is it? 10:30. Cool. Well, again, thank you guys for the support, for being here for the last 15 months. Some of you guys have been subscribed to me for a long time. So um, without your support, I would never even made it this far. I know that. Not having this channel up and let me bitch and gripe at you a whole lot for it's been a long road, but I'm glad that we've been able to get this far, and appreciate everybody stood by and seen me through a really, you know, very strange time just to be alive. But even in my situation, seems almost near impossible, and yet here we are, just pushing through this, and day after day, it gives me the strength to get up. And sometimes I fight to come in here because I don't want my negative attitude to rub off on anybody or what's happening in my life. So kind of get that monkey on my back. It's like, no, don't do a live stream, and I want to. And so I, struggle a little bit. And then, so I thanks, Father always overwhelming me and saying, this ain't about you, buddy. Remember, people come in here and, share conversation without you. So um, I'm just one part of the ministry, and I do appreciate everybody that's been here and contributed a lot of supportive comments. And again, at times keep me focused. So I just go off on the, share the word, and then I forget about it for a while, and then the pain seems to go away for a little bit. I know it's not supposed to, be easy, but you guys help ease a lot of the. I just don't have anybody but Elijah in this world. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Other than him, I haven't yoked with anybody. Somebody I'm going to be with after this. So I don't have anybody but him. Seriously, there's nobody I even think. Nobody in my blood. Even my own dad. I don't know if he'll. Even I don't know what if I'm. I don't know why I'm. Like I said, I can't condemn myself, but I don't know why I'm worthy of his kingdom. What's so special about me? Hey, cut it out. Tango. Leave it. Tango, come here. Is the other? Hold on. I might have the other puppy might be here. Hold on. Get back. Is Chewy here? Oh, is one of the other puppies here? Oh, come to visit. Hey, come here. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, sweet girl. Thanks for coming and hanging out with the boys. It's been a whole day since you come out and hanging out with me, girl. Oh, you're such a powder puff. Such a powder puff. You're such a powder puff. We got, look at this pretty girl. She's a pretty girl. Oh, look how pretty. Sure is a pretty girl. And she's a pretty girl. Oh, come over to visit us late night here, huh? She likes sometimes she hangs out. She'll come over. Chewy will come over here, hang out for a couple hours, and then go back and go home. So, so the boys heard something, heard her making it over here. So that is Marcy. She's such a sweetheart. She's a freaking nanny girl. She likes to nanny the boys around because she's the big boss. She's not mean. She's just the boss. So but she's not being mean. She's just being a chicken. So, Marcy. She don't have a mean bone in her body. She's a little ornery, you know what I'm saying? She got to rule the roost. So she likes to peck at him. She bites him, but she's not biting him like that. She's not being mean. So she actually she let or Tango let her flip him over on his side uh, one day out here in front of Kevin. I said, that's cool. That's good. I mean, because Tango, he's too old. If he thinks she's going to hurt him, he will, but she's not. So don't worry about it. And I guess one day I wasn't here. I don't remember something happened. I think maybe I was gone in jail or something, but she got a little ornery, and she said, boy, your dog really, he flipped her over, grabbed her neck, and I didn't see that. I said, yeah, he let her, yes, yeah, he wasn't, I said, well, that's what he'll do. He won't try to hurt her. He'll just push her down and say, I'm boss. And if she just lays there, he'll let her up. He says, he let her up, um, so he will assert himself if somebody's, but he doesn't have a mean bone in his body, and neither does she, and neither does Bone. They're all good dogs, and she's just, dominant. She's a female. I've had female dogs. I breed dogs, so I've had females. They're just like that. They're like a hen, right? She's not mean. She's a hen. Like, everything's, is what they do. They got to be rule the roost. So, actually, I love having her here because I like female dogs. I miss having, because I breed dogs, a female dog around. It's kind of cool. It just kind of changes the tone having a female dog. I've had groups of male dogs before, two or, but when I started breeding dogs and used to having, that female around, they really change the whole tone when you have them, uh, but she's lovely. She's a great dog. I don't know her breed, but she's pointer or something like that, or I can't remember what she said, but she's really a good dog, and the dogs love having her around. Um, Chewy too, the little one. She's a sweetheart. She's what, 12, 13 years old, like Tango. She's older, but she's actually kind of like, she's like Bone and Tango combined, all in one dog. So, no, there was no dogs attacking Henry. It was Henry attacking the dogs. Remember, no dogs had bothered Henry. It was Henry that was chasing the dogs around. We actually had the opposite problem here. Remember, most people have a problem with dogs chasing the sheep. It was the sheep that was, man, I didn't upload that video either, too. Sheep chasing the dog. I got a reverse effect out here, but if you've seen the video, it's on the channel somewhere, man. I need to re-upload that and put onto the playlist. Oh, you're so pretty, girl. You're the prettiest girl ever. You're just pretty. What are you doing? You looking at him? You want to try to nanny him? He'd be laying there, she'll over there nanny. Don't sleep. No. She's silly. No, she loves coming over to it. She just chilling out there. She just loves hanging out with the boys. They love the couch. They love being on the couch. So this is puppy paradise out here. So, oh, I heard one of the kittens. Who was that? Was that Yasher Boy? So, yeah, no, what a treat. You know, like I said, I love the female dogs are different than male dogs. They don't have the same demeanor at all. So, um, I mean, obviously they're both dogs, but definitely they're two different, you know. And he said something about, I don't know, maybe he should have let her breed once or something, you know, and then she might not have been like that, but I don't think so. You know, she probably that's just the way she is. You know, like I said, she's just a little ornery, but not mean. She's not mean. Um, she's not aggressive. Seems like it because she's, you know, but she's not. It's a dog thing, for crying out loud, you know. So, but she loves come hanging out. So I love it when she comes over. She hasn't been over here in about a week. Chewy comes over here about every day or other day and hangs out too. So. Oh man. Did Chewy make it out over here too? Is Chewy out there? Is Chewy out there? We might have Chewy out there. You stay. Stay. Get back. Hang on. Get back. Get back. No, there's no Chewy. She's probably over there hanging out with her dad. Marcy's just probably out running around, huh? She said, oh, I'm going to go over and see the boys. I'm going to go over and see the boys. I'm going to go see the boys. Marcy's here hanging out with the boys. Huh. You guys got company? Isn't that awesome? You got company. Marcy's hanging out with you. Aren't you happy now? You got puppy neighbors. We never had neighbors out here, huh? We got good puppy neighbors. So. Yeah, what a blessing these dogs are, man. Some of it, like I said, remember I ate 5 tear gas canisters for my dogs. If I didn't have the dogs in here, I could have left out of the building. So I had to get some numbers to write down. So yeah, the old lungs are like, thank you, dogs, for that. But it's okay. They're worth it, man. I'd do it again. Would you eat tear gas canisters, 5 tear gas canisters for your dogs? I'd do it again, man. I truly would, because they're worth it. Seriously, I came home and they were so happy to, well, remember Tango wasn't here, but Mr. Pants was holding it down, keeping the kitties inside their cage. The door was open. There were people coming in here, but he wasn't letting the kitties out of the cabin. What a good dog. He had to stay in here to make sure the kitties, he was doing his job, herding the kitties back into the cage. He didn't want to leave. He had to make sure the kitties were taken care of. Freaking what an amazing dog he is, man. That's what he did. I'm telling you. He was nannying the kitties. Making sure the little baby kitties were taken care of so that mama could go outside and eat. And see, that's what I'm saying. This dog, I never had to train him to do anything because he's reincarnated into this new dog. And just not that he was really smart in his old body, but he was ornery and very ornery and jealous, and that was my fault because we babied him. But yeah, never baby a dog. Let me let you know that don't ever baby a dog. That's really bad to do to an animal. It causes them to be jealous. So I don't care how small they are. Tell them they're a big dog. Don't baby a dog. It's not good for him. I made that mistake with his old body. So um, he was just so unique. I mean, he was just not like any other dog that I'd ever had. And you know, I had dogs, several dogs, throughout my life, and he just was so different. Not like his brother. He was actually pick of the litter. Uh, I got I'd had one dog at the time, and I wanted to get another dog for the dog we had, and for my son, and he got to, I knew a farm that's I'd actually moved out onto that farm, and they had this litter, and this is the one that was pick of the litter. He didn't look like any other dog, and so my son got him. But then Tango, he I'm telling you, he was only like, a little tiny dog. He could climb up over the fence, and anytime I go over there, he'd follow me back. And I lived on the other side of the farm, so probably, couple acres over there that way. That little freaking dog would, find his way out and go try to follow me out, and I'd bring him back over there. And so uh, he kind of picked me, and I didn't want a third dog at the time, because I was living in my, not that I wouldn't, but I was living in I had remodeled a 72 uh, C50 52 passenger school bus. It was awesome. It was a 70s. Really hard to find 70s buses. They crushed most of the 70s buses in the 80s. So, but I had remodeled the whole thing. And so it was really nice, but I didn't want a third dog because at the time, I was trying to get out into a property out into the middle of nowhere. And that was my apocalypse bus, if you call. I called it the prison bus because it was black on the bottom, gray on the top, and it had all black tinted out windows on it. So it was awesome. It's, and it was a 70s. So it had that 70s body style on it. And, but anyways, I went ahead and got that dog because he just picked me and he just wouldn't leave me alone. And I'm glad I have Tango. He is just amazing. And then Pants, we lost Pants, Bone, when the day that Elijah went to jail, on this case that I'm dealing with, I came home and Bone was gone. And I'd found him. It's crazy because he wasn't in the road and he had no broken bones, and there was nothing wrong with him, but his tongue was slammed in his mouth. So I didn't send out for toxicology, but I know somebody had poisoned him. So wasn't happy about that. The day that Elijah went to jail with this whole case that I'm dealing with, I ended up losing Bone that day. It was kind of hard. That was all in the same come home and have to deal with my son going to jail, sitting there waiting for him to be hauled out of his house, and then come home to, a dead dog or like he's missing. And then I'm serious, guys, he was like 30 acres away from here, you know, and I walked straight to where out in the middle of the bushes. And I'm saying, I don't know how I walked straight to him. And I'm like, you know, I start feeling his body. I'm a first responder, so EMS would know what I'm talking to. I'm looking at him, I mean, you could do basic vet skills if you're at EMS. I'm checking his body for, breaks or contusions or, whatever, see if I can get any abrasion. Did he get hit in the road and wander off? And then, and he just, and he's still, warm, like, and his tongue was in his mouth. And that when I seen his tongue was literally bit in his mouth, slammed down. I knew it was something on the inside that he had been given to, and I'm like, damn it, and I was like, so I think it's the guy that ended up getting my son in trouble and listen to this, guys. Oh no, there's no snakes out here. So, and dogs don't generally die from snake bites, Carl. Dogs are very resilient. Dogs get bit by a rattlesnake and still make it. They might get sick for a couple of days, but they don't die. I used to live in rattlesnake estates, and this dog knew how to be around. I'm Tony Carl too. Just, I mean, that's nothing, but literally before I came here, I lived in rattlesnake estates, and my neighbor's yard said, "Warning: Do not exit. Rattlesnake infestation." These dogs knew because we used to go, and I'm telling you, they were everywhere out there in the bushes. You just walk around. Rattlesnakes ain't gonna bite you. Rattlesnakes give you a warning. There's a reason they have that rattler. Normally, until they truly feel threatened, will they strike. If they're young, they might strike, and that could be from a high venom. But dogs can live. Most dogs live through a snake bite, a rattlesnake bite. They get sick for a few days, but they don't. They're not like we can. It can mess us up, but dogs are pretty strong. I didn't know that until because I was living out there. Like, dude, I'm like, dude, I don't want to go out. I didn't realize it was this many out here. And they're like, dude, your dog's gonna be fine, even if they get bit. Your dogs are strong and they're young, and it's not like that. They get a whole different gut bacteria if they lick it. It'll pass through. It'll come up bad for a couple of days. They'll be sick, but they'll come out of it. Make sure they're still eating and drinking water. If they don't eat, that's fine. As long as they still drink water, they'll pull through it. I'm like, no way. Like, yeah, seriously. I mean, if you know where the bite and try to draw a venom, but they can pass through them. Dogs are, like, there was no way. He's like, dude, our dogs have been bitten so many times out here. So many times out here, many times. And they sick for a couple of days and they get back up and they come lay down for a couple of days. So, yeah, see, that's, so I didn't know that. I learned, by moving out. And people are like, dude, no, I don't believe you. He's like, dude, if you don't have to believe me, but our dogs, we have dogs out here and they get bit many times. Yeah, they're all over out here. And they taught me, how to just go around. And that's actually the guy who taught me. He's like, you want to learn how to teach your dogs, just get a rattler and, you know, do whatever your discipline is and use that rattle. And if your dogs are smart, I can tell. I've seen your dogs. I had some people like me and some people up there, the one people didn't because my dogs were eating the deer that they thought that they were pets. But he's like, just use your discipline, show them the rattle, and if they're smart, they'll know what no means or whatever your command, and they'll get it. And that's all I had to do. And ever since I did that with a rattle, gave them a discipline, which I don't normally discipline my dogs unless they need it. I could walk around with them all the time, and I felt comfortable with them around me because they walk around them. What I'm saying? They would stay, and the dogs could get out ahead of me too. What I'm saying? We're not worried about them always. They just learn to move around them. So um, I know it was. Uh, I know it was poisoning. What I'm saying, guys, because I know what poisoning looks like. I said when his tongue was literally. I mean, I checked his whole body. He didn't have frothiness, which I thought there might have been. It was something that hit him hard and fast, and his literally just collapsed him from the inside out. His tongue was stuck between his, you know, teeth. That's something he was pushing out. Not like a gag. Anybody like EMS said like a gurgle. I don't mean to go there, but when something is. You've been around enough death, guys. I don't mean to be that you just. There's a certain thing. So I knew it, and I was like, you know, son of a gun, and I kind of knew who I thought had done it too. So it is what it is. But I tell you what, there was a blessing about that. Both of the dogs out here love the rabbit brush. Um, yeah, I'm talking about. So I'm sure that's maybe what happened. He just pushed it out, and that was it, and he was done. And hopefully that's what I thought. Okay, at least it didn't suffer. Like it was one, good push. And that was all. It was all over. So, but anyways, that dog out here, he was healthy, but what these dogs love out here to dig through. He does tango. He'll come and just get covered. I mean, his whole lips and it'd be, whatever. But it's super alkaline out here, guys. Super alkaline out here. Um, and they love digging through this stuff, because they dig out the rabbits and chase them. And I used to have breed them out here. I have 14 dogs out here with the puppies at one point in time. So they pack up and just clear this place of all these mice and all these, because they're good at chasing them out of the bushes. Sometimes they'll get into one and be digging at it for a little bit and they'll come out of there. So it didn't bother me. Never had any respiratory, but I started noticing with Bone, with his eyes, he started getting a little cataracts in his eyes. And I actually started seeing Bone kind of like running into bushes and stuff. I'm like, and I looked at his eyes, and I think that was from him digging in, the soil, because they're the same age, and that was, now it's been 5 years, Tango was 8 then, so you're not going to have cataracts. And they were two same size dogs, really much larger than all the other dogs. These dogs were triple the size of some of the other dogs in the breed. They're really an oddity. Both of them were an oddity. I'm glad I got these two dogs, because I've seen, these are farm dogs, so I got to see like where 3 or 4 of those other dogs were placed, and then none of the other dogs were as big as these two guys. So although their hips were different, very different, Bone had little narrow hips, just bony little hips, and a whippy little iguana tail. Tango had a fluffy, but they were both the same size dog. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but anyway, so I thought it was that, but I realized it wouldn't have come on that quick. He started to lose a little bit of his vision from the digging, because that's the only other thing that I thought, like I said, could have, could be a respiratory, but he never coughed. He was never sick. I mean, he was a normal dog the day before, so nothing just, comes on like that. Like I say, the only thing when I thought what it could bottom, but the only thing I've noticed is he had a little, and I knew what it was from. It was from him digging in this alkaline soil. He didn't like, because they would just literally just get it covered in their face. I mean, their whole eyes would just be, look like friggin' raccoons with their friggin', he had pants he has the same exact markings, as the other dogs. So, but anyways, make a long story short, these two dogs, did not have, because I told you I raised Bone to be a baby. I think he's sleeping. We called him Baby Bone. So he became coddled the dog, not like that, but just through our wording and the way we talked to him, he became very jealous. And I'm telling you, he would gather all the toys, because they loved playing with balls when they were young, and I kept them super active, and they love to jump around and do, all kinds of just super. They're my boys, so I always just take good care of them. So they always loved to go to the lake and do, what I'm saying, really super active. But he would steal all the toys and be like a chicken, and like, like over like a field, and wouldn't let him have any of the toys. And he'd bring them all to one point in the yard and sit over the top of them. And then anytime he'd come by, right, so he's going to gather them all, and he's got to have them all, and just that kind of dog. And then there were times where Tango loves to play. I mean, Tango loves to play. And well, it was kind of my fault though. I know it's funny, but at first it was kind of funny, but then it got, to where that turned into jealousy. Okay. This is where it got, that's what I'm saying. Don't do this to your dog, because it was kind of, but then that jealousy, because it's one thing where Tango wanted to play, and now let's not do the toys. Let's just play like dogs, or, just, one lays down and they'll flop each other around, and they play subservient because it's play. Like Marcy, she's not being aggressive. It's playtime. It's not, there's no jealousy. There's no, and she's not playing. She's just being a female, just being a hen, but not non-aggressiveness. Well, Bone would go from playing, but if he couldn't be a little more dominant, he'd get upset, and then he'd get jealous. And then they'd start literally like two dogs, I mean, just ripping the snot out of each other. I mean, just tearing the living piss out of each other. And I mean, these dogs both know how to, and they have since they're farm dogs. And there's something about these two dogs, and I know they're both have that tendency to grab, which I've said, around the throat, and they don't try to go for anything else other than the throat, and push down the dog for dominance. They don't want to hurt. They don't want to kill. They don't want to fight. They want dominance is all. So they're not that's it, but they won't. So this would happen between the two dogs. And I never had problems with my dogs around other dogs. These dogs didn't do this. Like Bone, when he was young, I never, actually was a little worried about Tango. Okay. I was worried about Tango, but Bone was the one who was being aggressive, because I eventually learned too, I could get Tango off, but I couldn't get Bone off. And is the other puppy out there? Did she come over here to say hi? Hold on, I'm gonna go check and see. But hold on, stay. Be quiet. Stay. 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 Are you out there? No, you need to stay inside. You're fine. Stay inside for now. Marcy's visiting. You can stay inside. Marcy's visiting. You got company. Don't be running off while you got company. You stay inside. Thank you. So, but anyways, so these two dogs would get into it, guys. And I'm telling you, when Bone, he has a big, he between Tango, he doesn't have that black. He's all black. I mean, he used to have a little stripe. Bone was all white breasted, all white, big white breasts. Again, I think I've shown pictures of him on here, and I don't know why they won't let me. They used to let me put pictures on here with that little thing, but they took that away from me again. So, but anyways, when they would fight, guys, I mean, they would look like, I mean, his whole front, breast would get pink, bloody, and then turn, slobber and pink, red, just like, oh my God, they're going to kill each other. I'm like, no, they're not. I mean, I know it looks like it, but they're not. If you notice, they're not, they're not. And sometimes with that bite, they would come around, and he had been bit around the eye many times, around, his eyes, but never, but they just get into this area here. They're not. The only problem, again, is when you're pulling these two dogs apart from each other, which would normally happen to me. Stop it, you guys. Leave it alone. Get away from the door. Get away from the door. When you get one dog off, well, when you pull the other one off, the other one will go grab the other one, then bite him in the leg. And if you ever seen this between a dog, well, that dog bite that dog in the leg. Well, now he'll bite him in the leg. And they normally don't bite each other in the legs until one bites one in the leg, then the other one will bite it back in the leg, right? And this could go on for, for quite some time before I could actually get them pulled, sometimes pull them apart and get them separated. And the crazy thing is, and it's just he was more jealous. And then I had learned that I could get Tango off, or I could never get Bone off. He just was, oh, now she's out there. Did you hear that? Stay. Come on, girl. Come on in here. Come on. All right. We got all the girls. Tonight. We got all the girls here tonight. Yes, we do. Your sissy came over here. We got all the girls here tonight. Oh, get a drink, girl. Get a drink. Yeah, your sister's here. Look at that. Heck yeah, both the ladies came to see the boys tonight. How awesome is that? I love it, man. It's freaking puppy paradise out here, isn't it, huh? I know both the girls are here now, huh? You guys are spoiled. Both the girls. Thank you, Tango. You heard her coming, huh? You knew she was coming. So, but anyways, those dogs, like I said, Bone is, I'm telling you, it's because we babied him, and he became, like I said, it was almost aggressive, but they weren't trying to kill each other. They just wanted dominance. So if you ever had dogs like this, people don't realize, and they'd see the dogs get in a fight, and they're like, oh my God, they're going to kill each other. I'm like, I know it's so close, but they're not, they're just trying to assert dominance. Oh God, aren't you going to separate them? Not yet. They got to let them kind of get it out of their system, because they'll do this. And if they, and I can, you want to come up here, sweetheart? Come on. Come on. Thank you. You can get up here. Come on. You can get up there if you want. You can get up there if you want, sweetheart. Thanks for coming and visiting. Thanks for coming and visiting. You're such a sweetheart. You're such a sweetheart. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hanging out. We got the girls here tonight. Woohoo! We got the girls at the cabin. So she's such a sweetheart. She is so sweet, because she doesn't have that little dog attitude. You know what I'm saying? Or the big dog attitude, like she's, little dog thing. She's just a good dog. She's just a good girl. I enjoy her. She's really good. I like small dogs too. You know, I don't have any now, and I grew up having some smaller dogs and stuff, and um, she's an amazing little Chihuahua. So she thinks she's a Chihuahua Dash Hound, whatever that was. Somebody nailed it the other day. They said there's a breed for that. But anyways, make a long story short, on the loss of Bone, um, you know, they would fight with each other, and I do believe that most of it came from me babying Bone. You know what I'm talking about, you huh? Was babying him. So don't baby your dogs, please. That made him a little bit jealous, and then it just made it a little harder to deal with. And I bet you if I wouldn't have done that, that dog wouldn't be that way. So what kind of became a bummer is Tango couldn't play with Bone because Bone just he would get too jealous, and most time it just turned into some kind of fight, and then a lot of those times Tango would back, you know, down a little bit, and it just wouldn't, you know. But then sometimes it would just be on, and they needed it to get out of their system. So if you ever had dogs like that, you know, and I'm telling you guys, they don't want to leave each other alone. They will fight. They just seem like they're not coming off of it. It's just like brothers fighting brothers, and that's all it was. It's like with my brothers, they don't care. It's not like you're going to get in trouble. This is your brother. I guess you could now, but back in the day, you couldn't get in trouble if you're fighting with your brother. But um, we fought every day. So, but uh, once I get them pulled off of each other and get them separated, and only normally give them about 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes at the most, more like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then just put them right back together again. And put them right back together. People are like, "Do you going to put those dogs back together?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know it seemed, you know, because they were just tearing the crap out of each other." And you put them back together, and then they just lick each other's wounds for about a week, and they're sore as hell, both of them. You know, all necks all swollen and bite marks, especially if they got in their feet, and you know, and they got out of their system for you know 6 months or something. You know, it wouldn't be all the time, but sometimes this, you know, Bone, he just, and I'm telling you too, I just long story on this, but it's because I treated, you know, it was Elijah's dog, but we treated him like a baby, and we called him, you know, called him that, and so, and kind of, you know, a little bit of the goo goo voice, not a lot, but with him, you know, kind of giving him that voice, and that didn't turn out so well. So the loss of Bone was kind of tough on Tango because, you know, he really liked to play and miss Bone. But then when I had, obviously I had Pants, you know, years, what was that, about a year later, you know, Pants out of the, which I call Pants now because we born him as, I didn't know he was Bone, which was crazy because, but then he came out and he had the same markings, you know, and he even had that same little, we used to say comet icing on Bone, you know, on his butt, on his black spot. There was a little V, you know, which was white that looked like that comet. I don't know if you guys remember comet ice. And when it came around the sun that shot out, it made that kind of that V shape, you know. Um, and his hair looked like that in the back. It had that little V, and we're like, "Yeah, you got common icing on your butt." And we used to just kind of something with the dog we used to say. And then when that dog came out, and he had that same thing, and the markings were the same, and I'm like, "What the hell?" And he didn't look like any of the other dogs. His fur coat was completely different than any of the other dogs. He had just a different coat. He definitely was more puffy and more under fur. And his dad was half, you know, or his dad was purebred collie, a bicolored collie, really unique. Hard to find a two colored. Not collies normally are at least three colors now most of the time, but really unique dog. But his dad Crawley, the collie, uh, he was a neat dog, and man, the lady who has him, she's so happy to have him. But his markings kind of, it matched, and I'm like, that's weird, you know, like, you know. And so something told me, keep that dog, you know, don't. And all those dogs were, that is the best throw I've ever had. And I've raised 4 to 5, well, 4 of this breed, and then one with using a different um, a different bitch to use, not of the same breed, but a different to throw whatever I do out here. They're working dogs, but uh, I mean, well, yeah, I think we're going to start to see more of that. So, but make a long story short on this is what's nice is when bone now is in this body and we don't know how, because I remember when my son, I said, my son was in jail. I'm like, this dog, Elijah, he looks just like Bone and he acts, it's weird because he acts, because we had Bone from a puppy and we had Bone. So I said, this dog acts like Bone. I was like, how's that possible? There's no other dog. And he looks like him. And he's like, what? So Elijah sat in jail for almost a year. So he was almost a year when Elijah first got to see Bone, you know what I'm saying, or Pants. And I said, you're not going to believe this, Elijah. I said, but that dog has reincarnated in this dog. I kept him. And he's like, what? Because that was his dog. And he's like, no way. And he hadn't seen him yet. And I said, well, it's your dog. So you come out and see this dog and you tell me, and because his dog was gone. Imagine he went to jail and now he lost his dog, right? Not only did he go to jail, but he lost his dog. So that was a pretty big hit on his, and now I'm telling him, hey, when you get out, I got this other little dog that was born and it's reincarnated. And he's like, Dad, whatever, it's like, Elijah, I'm not kidding, dude. Like this dog acts the same way. It looks a little different, his markings, but because this dog is a different breed, Elijah, he was half, called this dog is half, but the markings are identical, except for he's marrowing out in all the areas he was white. It's the same dog. And he's like, whatever, Dad, whatever, there's not going to be another Bone. There's just, remember, Bone was Bone, Dad. I appreciate it, but you didn't have to keep him. If he looks like Bone, I'll come check him out. But he's not. And he's pretty certain. He's like, Dad, it's not my dog. I know my dog. And then when he came out and he spent time on it, he was like, no way, Dad. I'm like, I don't know how that's possible. I don't do all that hocus pocus weird stuff, Elijah. I don't do all that, like, but you see what I'm saying? Doesn't that, I said, is that your dog? And he's like, that's my dog, Dad. Wow. And I was like, I don't know how that's possible, son, but because it was his dog. And he said, yeah, that's crazy. So Bone is Yotter, because that's what we named him, is Yotter. And then he has the little thing on the back of his legs. They're like little brown, looks like he's wearing a little brown pair of pants. That's where so he has 3 names, but he originally was Bone. And now he was born as Yotter, and he's Yotterbone or Yotter Pants or whatever. But he is that dog incarnate, and I don't know how that's possible. And the neat thing about it is now that he's in this new body, he loves to play with Tango, and they'll play all damn day. And so that's a long time. I don't know, what, an hour or something to get to that? I don't care about time. I remember I'll be turtles. What's time? But anyways, the beautiful thing is, kind of, if you heard, don't coddle your dogs, don't baby them, just treat them like a dog. It's really bad. It turns them jealous. Maybe it wouldn't work, but I think it would do it to almost every dog. Losing Bone, he was kind of struggling his eyes, so maybe he was going to have further health problems, and Father got rid of him. So maybe it was perfect timing on Father's part. Everything is perfect timing on Father's part, but kind of see this neat reincarnate in Bone, and it doesn't seem possible, but it is. I my son, after being away from his dog, and then this whole different dog, right, what I'm saying? See how we caught him, and right, exactly. So I don't know how that's possible, guys, but when I told my son it had been over a year, because he didn't come out and see him right away, so I think Bone was already a little over a year. So he's an almost full-size dog. To come look at a completely different dog, and he's definitely smaller. And but I'm said, I don't care, Elijah. He has the same markings, but the way he is, Elijah, he has no different. He's the same dog. I don't even know how this is possible. You got to come out and see this, because I was trying to tell him before he got out, like, this dog, Elijah, you don't believe how he's just. And he was actually getting kind of tired of being in there, so it was a little hard for him to think about us bringing his lady there, and he didn't really want to. I mean, he did miss his dog, but he was just getting a little impatient and stuff. So it was kind of hard for him to wrap his brain around. But when he came out and he said, wow, Dad, that's, I don't know. That's my dog. They act exactly the same. So the beautiful thing that we lost one dog, and we truly found where Tango got to play with his brother, because I still think it's his brother. He's just in a different body all day long, and they play all day, and Pants will flip over, and Tango doesn't, like I said, Pants are strong. To the other day, Tango hit him when they're out running, and man, he knocked Tango over, and he is freaking half the weight of Tango, but he is that dingo in him, and he is just, but he loves to, but is neat. I apologize for getting so long-winded about that, but it's such a blessing to have him kind of back, as hard as that is to believe. But even his own master, if you will, agrees, that that's his, and it's okay that he lives here, because Bone lived here with me too, until Elijah got on his home. I was going to keep his dog, and I'm sure one day he'd come back and get his dog, but it was neat, man. No, Tango, stay in here, because they get to play all day long, and they love it. And Tango now gets to play with this dog, where he didn't get to play with him at all, for sometimes for 15 minutes, and then it was just too much. It seemed after about 10 or 15 minutes, Bone just wasn't having it. As Tango didn't, if Bone wouldn't, Tango wouldn't be subservient to him, and just, because of his jealousy, he'd just get aggressive with him, and not overly, but they never were trying to kill each other. It was just a dominance thing. But it's neat now to have the two have this total, and now he's 5 years old, and so there's times they'll sit out there and play. I don't know. Things have changed, guys, here in the last. It's probably has a little to do with me, to be honest with you, that I've been spending more time here and blogging. But like, Tango's going to want to go outside, guys, but then he's going to want to come back in 2 minutes. Last year, this whole dog's life, all he wants to do is be outside. Now all he wants to do is be with me. you know, I'd say, like, hey, I ain't got the neighbors' dogs that want to come hang out and be with the dad, all the time. So I don't know. There's something in the air. I've talked about it um, with you guys. I don't know how your animals are acting, but mine are acting a little different. You know, definitely. I mean, I've never seen my dog not want to be outside, and now all he wants to do is sit up here and be with me, or be right next to me if I'm outside. A lot of times, even if he, what I'm saying, but sometimes he just chill out and lay in the front, and just like he does his thing. Tango loves it outside. He's one of those dogs, he don't want to be inside. He wants to be outside. He'll be inside, but he don't. Now he wants to get out, but then he wants back in a minute. It's like he's unsettled. He doesn't know what he wants. It's weird, Um, Pants, he's fine. He don't care. But you guys see me do it. I'll whine to let him out. I said, okay, he'll be in 5 minutes. So I don't know what's going on with him. He's just a little unsettled, I guess. I told you, I think maybe it was me a little bit too, with what's going on with the case and stuff. And uh, he has a little separation disorder, obviously. I know that Kevin said last time they threw me in jail, he don't do very good when I'm not around. He said they both act a lot different when I'm not here. Of course, I'm their owner, and I have my regular routine with them. But so hopefully we'll get all this taken care of soon. We'll get more settled, and this will be so much better for the puppies, because they're such an amazing thing for us to have. And like I said, they love on us all the time, and they're eager to please, and that's all they want. You have a good animal if they're eager to please, huh? If all they want to do is see their master happy. You got one of those dogs, they're either one way or the other. They're either ours or not. If they're not eager to please, they're not a good dog. That's how you know if you have a good dog or not. Do they want to please you all the time? That's a good dog. As much as they can. I mean, they're dogs, but when you have their attention, they want to see you happy. Yes, like this boy right here. He's been such a good boy. So nice to have him in this body here, because he's much easier to deal with. His whole body, he was, like I said, he's kind of stubborn. He wasn't the kind of dog, and when I raised him too, where you could demand he do something, he just lay over, and he's so slow. He does everything in slow motion, just like he did that. When he doesn't shake, he goes like that. um, You know what I mean? He does everything. You're such a good boy. We're talking about you. We're talking about you, boy. You were the best kid I ever did have. Dad's talking about you. I love you, Bobo. He slips on his paws too. He's the only dog I ever had that sits there and his front paws go out from under. He did that as a big dog too. He sit there and just gets so staring at you, his front paws slide out from underneath him. He just did it. He's freaking. That's what I'm saying. Uh, you know what I'm saying? Uh, he did that when, you know what I'm saying? In his old, I've never had a dog do that. He'd sit there and he'd just get so concentrated, or his paw starts sliding out. That's how I know it's the same dog. He has all the same characteristics of that dog. He just, everything he does is exactly the same. I've never had another dog. I mean, maybe every once in a while a dog would, have this dog, because he's so into you, he just, oops. Oh. He's funny, man. He's a good dog. Like I say, he's a dingo, so he's just constantly just wants to see you happy. I'm telling you, if you can get a dingo, guys, that's the best dog there is in the world. There's a reason why the Aussies backbreed the blue heeler to make the Australian heeler. Well, his mom was Australian heeler. On his mom was half heeler, half dingo, and his dad was Aussie, a bicolored Aussie. So he's quarter dingo. But this dingo is what the Aussies backbreed with the heeler because it gives them more drive. These are working dogs. I live in a farm community. I actually sell them with, to service. Only way they either go to a farm or a service, dog to serve. Right. You need something. Right. They have to work on a farm or they don't do well. They can be fine, but they need to have a job. And more than one job, if you will. And it can be many things because they're smart. So, but if they don't have a job, they lose it. They'll start chewing on themselves. You're just go get a lab or something. And I'm just saying there's a lot of good breeds, but people need to stay out of a working type dog, an Aussie, a heeler, collie. These are dogs that are drive dogs that are meant to drive cattle and move. They can do what one man can't do, or what 4 or 5 can do in a day. One dog can do in 3 or 4 hours. They're worth their weight in gold. For a farmer. I mean, but anyways, they need either a job, so they can go into a service type of position, but they constantly need to be happy and feel like they're doing something, and they can rest and they can't go. But if they don't have that and they need a kind of a little bit of a schedule too as well, then they don't do very well and people struggle with them. And it's not like they still can't, but some make it, but some just don't turn out to be, the type of dog because they're cute or something, because they got spots or something. Don't pick the dog because you like the way it looks. Find out the dog that works for you. So generally you're going to need to live probably not in an apartment or a condo, and this isn't probably the dog you want to have and be taken to the dog park. Not that you couldn't, but if that's your kind of lifestyle, this is not the kind of dog for you. You know what I'm saying? Shepherd County Cross look like that as well. Yeah, they out here, Oak, they have the coyotes cross a lot because I live out here where there's probably 300 to 500 coyotes between the oil drive where I live out here on this road, which is about 4 miles to 3 or 4 miles to this end of Table Rock here, in this big den area. Sometimes there's more. And that's just one area. There's packed behind me. There's a big, so there's thousands about here, right? There's a lot of people out here who have dogs and they get run off or they go missing. Sometimes, a lot of the times we got a lot of crosses out here. People see things out here and I don't mean to say this, but they make almost like these dire, and I don't know if a shepherd's, would do it, but I've seen animals out here like what a dire wolf is, a really like a liger. You know what a liger is when they do that crossbreed? Because I've seen some out here, and I think that's what these things are. Is these are crossbred coyotes that hit with a certain breed of domestic dog, which causes it to balloon out. And I'm telling you, because I've seen like 4 of them out here, and I've talked to some of the farmers, and they've seen him, and I think they're a coyote cross. And I don't know what they cross with, because I bet you they can cross with a bunch of them. It wouldn't do anything. It just make a normal, some kind of, but one of these dyers this thing out or makes it like a liger, and it blows it, because I've seen them out here, and they're a coyote cross. Probably not if you've seen a shepherd, and that wasn't, because shepherds are big anyways. I mean, these are 2 to 3 times the size of a shepherd. You know what I'm saying? What I'm seeing out here, and move 3 times as fast as a freaking, but that's what I think what these things are, is they're, because I've had a wolf cross before too. It's not like people haven't crossed with a wolf either, and they create kind of that dire type too. But these are a dog, and I'm telling you what it is that we have so many loose dogs that run out that hit these coyotes that will get these dire type or whatever you call them, and they're massive. And I'm telling you, they run so freaking fast too. You know what I'm saying? I've only ever seen them I've never seen one that wasn't running. And every time I've ever seen and talked to somebody that's seen one of these things that I've seen out here, what I'm seeing, they always say they're the same thing. They're always in a fast gait, and because we got wood line up here. So these dogs must run, or whatever they are, running back up to these wood lines and, coming up. Because I'm right on a beautiful, this is Crater Lakes, only it's not that far from where I'm at. So I'm right on the edge of the wood line. So I think that's what they're doing. They're crossing between and running back up uh, into these wood lines, and I do think that these are a coyote cross. And I'm telling you, it might not be shepherd, because shepherd, it might even be dude. I'm telling you guys, not dude. I'm telling you, it could even be a smaller dog. You know what I'm saying? Tango, stop. You're fine. You're gonna want out there and want back in 5 minutes. Lay down. You're okay. Um, it could even be a smaller dog, guys, that hits this coyote that creates this. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be a big dog. I know there's something in that genome when a certain animal hits that dog, and maybe it's just a certain time, or maybe a certain one or something that doesn't create this. But I've seen them out here, and I'm telling you, they're coyote crosses. Everybody like they're wolf crosses. I'm like, no, they're not. The wolves are too far deep in here, and they have seen a couple, but we very seldom see wolves down here on this valley floor. This is down where the inland ocean was at. Cougars will come down here, but we very seldom, and there are some wolves up in the hills up here, but they very seldom come down here. But there are freaking coyotes, all over out here. I mean, everywhere out here. They den out because this used to be an inland ocean, and there's a lot of this alkaline like dens, and they can bore them out like, I mean, they're like building underground cities. I mean, this stuff comes apart like it doesn't come apart. It's like digging in, like they can burrow this stuff and make it like those guys that dig in the freaking desert. I haven't seen that meme in a while, but those 2 guys that went out there and dig all that stuff and do little scrapers, they can literally bore through these things, and they have tunneled all over through these old, ocean where this came in, and it made like a dune of all alkaline, the underground sea. This used to be 500 feet on the ocean. So these drifts are all over out here, and they den in those things, and they live, and they do, like I said, there's thousands of coyotes in this valley. So I think that's what these things are. I didn't mean to go off on that, but it's pretty amazing. I wish I can't ever get to my camera out fast enough, guys. Even if you had your camera in your pocket, you couldn't get it out fast enough to film these things. They run that damn fast. I mean, they run like a freaking horse, I've been in the, horse races. They run like a freaking boom. I was like, whoa, like a cat. They run like a cat. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And they are a dog. They have like a cat gait almost, it's crazy. If that makes sense. It's a dog, but it has like a cat gait because it's running so fast. If a cat has a different gait than a dog, if it might gait like horse or whatever, but it's amazing how it just, and it's so fast that it's just like, it must have some kind of, but it's definitely a dog. It's definitely a dog, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one of these rarity things that just, it's just an oddity out here. And I know it's probably happens in other places, but I bet you it's just a random thing where a certain dog hits a certain, this certain coyote, because they're both canine, and bam, it'll make one of these, rare oddity. And I thought, because I talk about some crazy stuff out here in this valley, and I'm not wrong. Now the Air Force is moving stuff out there, and there's a lot of things like, damn, you know a lot about this. You've been in this valley. I've been in this valley 50 years, and you've only been here 10 or whatever. You know about stuff I was born, around this area. Some people, born in this valley. Some people, and how do you know more than me? But there's some pretty unique things about. Remember, this valley is known for a lost tribe of red-headed giants that roam this valley. It's been in Ancient Aliens, and I don't do aliens, that. And all this place is very unique. There's something about this. That's why Kevin loves it here. You guys, it sits on one of these, if you will, ley lines, if you will. It's very obvious in the topographical area. You can see that there was a massive push right along this. I mean, it goes right to the hole in the ground, crack in the ground, Fort Rock, all these big massive fissures, all this. I'm sitting at the edge of the Great Basin. You know what I'm saying? I know, right, this runs right up to the Cascade Range, the largest tunnel bubble. This area has all kinds of caves, from the lava tubes coming through here, and all this feeding the Cascade Range. But the actual largest one they found from, why do we call it Yosemite? That's not what it is, but why does that? I need to cancel that out of my file. I wish you can go back in there and erase. I don't know who put that in my file, but oh goodness gracious! Now I'm not going to think of it. It's okay if I take it. I go out to Sun Valley, Idaho. Oh, all right, never mind. But anyways, the largest bubble from this lava tube, which fed, obviously, if you look through, if I stop thinking about it, it'll come to my brain. I just sometimes need to slow the computer down a bit, but move on. But anyways, this Cascade Range was fed. You can tell. I've tried to show people. I've studied this topographical, because remember, I told you there's a ring. There's a ring that sits out right from where I'm at, like this. That's a circle that's larger than anything on this rock. There's nothing that even comes that's a quarter of the size of this. Whatever sits behind here. And I went in and discovered some things. Like I said, they try to be very quiet about this place, but they strip mined all this area out here. And I've never heard anybody talk about any of this. You know what I'm saying? None of this. All you got to do is look on the map, though. You got Google Earth now, where you can really get into some of these things a little bit more detail too. But whatever this is, like I said, it's this. It's a ley line that comes right through here that feeds this, because it goes through. This goes all the way out. This is that line that. This used to be a massive inland ocean here. You can find this on maps, guys. There used to be and I think it wasn't too far from here, that went out to, the Pacific Ocean. That the water came all the way to Pacific Ocean in here. And people forgot there was a massive lake in the middle of America. They just don't look at the whole historical maps. Well, at one time there was a shift. Just go through Google Lake, and you can see it all drained out of here. Okay. I mean, it all drained out of here because there was that push or whatever. And I think there must have been some kind of magnetic event on this earth. We'll just leave it at that caused this, because you can see it in the rifting and stuff. People look at things, and I guess I'm a reconstructionist. So I want to know how something was, how it's sitting the way it is. I work it backward. How did they get in this position? Well, it must have been in, or whatever, so I've been able to figure out, well, no, this was before, this is way before that, because this valley oak has existence of the ice age that also came right through this valley. So, that came right through here too, because it scraped right down Fort Rock. You can see right down the side of Fort Rock. It looked like a big dragon came and just ripped down the side of that big fissure that used to go up to our upper stratosphere. These trees out here used to be, this place is very, you guys forgot that this place, it compresses, okay? It goes like this, like this. At one point in time, we have waters below and waters above. And this isn't the only place that has it, but this place was known for the largest grove of trees, a lost grove of trees. I don't speak out, remember, I don't talk about this in here. It talks about this in the book of Enoch, okay? where they cut down the trees. The giants, had this access to these columns, and they look a lot like a tree, because when you take a compression event and it pushes this liquefaction, there's more water below you than there is above you, and there's dirt. So if you squeeze that dirt, and a compression event's going to come up, it's going to hit the top of the stratosphere, and it's going to electrify. And when it does that, electric looks exactly like water. They both take the path of least resistance. A lightning bolt looks just like a river. So it hits the top of the stratosphere, it combs out, it umbrellas out, and it looks just like a 100,000-foot tree. Well, the compression of our atmosphere was released. That used to be more, remember when this firmament collapsed, it talks about this in Scripture. You know what I'm saying? You guys, we all know about these trees. You guys, these aren't trees. Yes, they are in a sense, but what they are is this compression event that happens in our atmosphere. This is what is about ready to happen, guys. They don't want to talk about this. Tango, stop. You're fine. You've been outside 5 times. The ladies are visiting. Quit being rude, please. You got girls visiting you. Why do you want to be out there? They're in here. Guys, it's going to push, well, there's more than one book of Enoch, okay? I don't talk about that in here ever. If you notice, I keep this very limited. I keep into the Scripture and the gospel. That's it. I only want to talk about the gospel. But we'll have this conversation for now. Tango, stop. Come lay down. We have a compression event that's just cyclical, brothers and sisters. It's just a cycle on the sun. This is what it does. But when it compresses our atmosphere and we get a weakened magnetosphere, it's going to take and push this water below us up. And that's what these big columns are. And if you notice, all of them are cut off like this. And it talks about this in time, where the hills turn to fountains in Enoch. And it's just a cycle. The skies will roll back like a scroll. The pit opens up. That's the compression event, brothers and sisters. That's the last trump, in case you ain't figuring it out. Judgments. Nobody's going to escape this event, and they know that. Why do you think they've been building these hadron colliders? Working on these ley lines that I told you that I'm on. They know what they're doing. Just like my dad told me, you don't like the government, son, and I know that, but you know what? They know what they're doing. So never forget that. I think he told me that when I was 10 years old. Well, you don't need to read Enoch. If you don't know anything and where to find Enoch, you don't need to study Enoch. There's 2 different Enochs and 2 different authors, but you need to stay into the 66 interlinear Texas Receptus. There's only one version of Scripture. Everything else is bull. It's garbage. It's not been canonized. It didn't define. They didn't define the words. They've been translated, and that means it's been changed. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. No, they haven't. They've been done to throw you into some watered down milk. I give you the meat here, or at least show you where to eat, where you can get the meat, and that's in the canonized 12th century version of what you call a Bible. That means book. It wasn't written on a book or paper. It was written on stone tablets. So it's called the Interlinear Texas Receptus. It's the King James Version, not some wild version. And I know 1611, and I know the Ethiopian, but they were not taken and pulled every word out and defined. If you're not speaking the definition, you're just speaking translation or slang, or so most people don't. And I don't care, in your whole life, you do whatever the hell you want. Hell isn't a place. Hell's not below your feet. We'll just use that one word as an example. Hell is the word abyss. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them, a messenger. In Greek, that word is angelos, is messenger. Same thing, an angel is a messenger. That king of the abyss is what you call hell. The word hell is bis, bathos, or busos in the Greek. This is the book that's written, Revelation, hell, what you call hell. Hell is not a place. Hell isn't below your feet. Hell is no knowledge. Bis, bathos, busos, B-U-S-O-S, B-Y-S-S, or B-A-T-H-O-S all mean K-N-O-W-L-E-D-G-E in English. Knowledge. Hell isn't a place. Hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. Hell isn't a place. I don't know where the hell people get this from, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. People didn't even define anything. That's why you have to transliterate the word, the dialectus gloss of the tongue, your vernacular, your language, your vocabulary can't be changed. That Hebrew is froward. To change, people don't speak any Greek or any Hebrew, so they don't know what they're talking about. This is an old Jewish book written in Greek, the New Testament. It's a mirror of the Old, and the Old Testament foreshadows, right, for what is to come in the new. All things in the new could be defined from the old. You should use a lexicon, which is a dictionary, like English Webster. In Hebrew, it's called a lexicon, Greek lexicon. So you use your lexicon, then you use concordance, you study one word at a time, and the word starts like, oh my God, I know what I'm talking about because I'm not speaking in translation. So I don't care what you talk about in the word, but if you can talk about God, which is a title, God's word, he is the word. See, Father is the word. So anyways, moving on. He said, don't add. The last thing he ever said in flesh, he said his son, was don't add a jot. You know what I'm saying? That means like a period. And now they've added a word called planet. Father didn't create a planet. Where does the scripture say that we live on a planet? There's no such thing as a planet. Well, now they've created a whole ball in the sky. And this is exactly why Father divorced his bride Israel. They started going after, gods in the sky, balls in the sky. Ask everybody right now where God's at. Father's never been in the sky. Where did people get this? Television. Too much watching that Black Mirror, that Cabra, that box, So here you are on that black box as we speak, correct? Boom! Remember Israel? So anyways, careful. They did that remotely, didn't they? Who do you think? Starlink? Sneaky muskrat. But anyways, hey, you got to pay attention. There goes another one. Everybody forgets, but don't forget that, under this testament, this is not some old covenant. This is something that we don't add a tittle. You know what a tittle is? How about a yod? What he's saying, idolatry is the word pornea. That's making up your own version of his word. That's the word scorpidzo. And you're causing the sheep to scatter, to the flock to scatter. He said, I am the horizo. I'm the separator. You don't get to separate, condemn people. You get to judge them righteously under this New Testament. You judge them with my word. If they're in the broad way, you show them to the narrow way. You let me condemn them. I separate the wheat from the chaff. Remember, you gather those weeds and you bind them and you burn them, and then you take that wheat and you gather it and you put it in my barn. It shows very easily. These people, we're going to get out of here early. We're going to be raptured. Guess what? The first ones to go are the ones he burns. So, but anyways, it's all one judgment. Father doesn't exist with, breast. He sent the only begotten Son of the Lamb of God, declared him, right? David, the Lamb of God. And so that would make Father the Ram, which he is the Aleph, or the ox, or the leader. He said, before Abraham was, I am. So we know he is the Ram, but people are too lost in space, thinking that they live on a planet, corkscrewing and spinning on a block or a ball or whatever shape you take. I don't care about shapes, remember? And they think they're corkscrewing and spinning. Remember, that's the Hebrew word froer, to spin or pervert. They're corkscrewing, perverting, or spinning through time and space. And I don't know where the word in scripture, it doesn't say there's any such thing as space. Heaven's not above your head, hell's not below your feet, and earth's not below your feet either. So it's kind of important you read the words you're speaking in scripture, so you don't be one of these religious idiots, because he's not a religion. He doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. So absolutely, Oak, and that's what it's there to do. That's why I tattooed my hands like this, the most, M-O-S-T. And guess what? I'm not under the laws of flesh. You go, oh, you can't have tattoos. See, you try to put me under the laws of flesh. I'm not under the law, you idiots. I am destined. I'm a bought and paid, purchased possession. There's a difference between predestination and those that are bound by fate or law, like stuck in a box, like 290s, like, and there they are, the Black Mirror again. There we go. But anyways, like a cage, right? They're corkscrewing on a block in the third dimension or whatever. I think of geometry. When they say third dimension, I think of a block, right? So, but you can't turn a goat into a sheep. He doesn't dwell the most high. does not dwell in temples made by hands. So I don't get along with people who go to church. Not at all. They're idiots. They're lollipop idiots, religious people, lollipop Catholics, lollipop Christians. What they do is you give them a lollipop, right? And they ask no questions, right? It's easy peasy. Sit down one day, fun day, Sunday, Jeezy. Sit down on a church pew. You have to carry your cross. There's nothing in the gospel that I share with you here that's only be taught in one other place in the whole wide world that you can't sit down. This isn't a sit down Jesus. It's a stand up Jesus and carry your cross every single day. He says in the book of Matthew, to be my disciple, he says there's always a sister chapter in Luke. Whoever should be my disciple, take up your cross. In Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily. That's that Greek word porneia. Serving yourself, serving your eyes. Let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. So where does it say you can set that cross down? And where does it say you can sit down? He said you have to endure to the end to be saved. So there's no rest. You find your rest in suffering. That's the Jesus that I love. Jesus is just a name, and I love the word. The name is Shem, not name. It says hallowed be thy Shem, but people study some other version, and that's been changed. So I only study the interlinear Old Testament Hebrew, canonized in the 12th century, where they literally pulled every word out and defined it. And everything else that's been made then is just some bastardized version where they've raped his word by adding their, self, like shoving a square peg in a round hole that don't fit. And he said, don't add a jot. And now they've created a whole ball in the sky. Or where they're living on planet of the, what is it? Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, planet of the monkeys or apes or whatever, Bigfoot, whatever they call it. I don't know. Where does it say there's Bigfoot? Now we got Bigfoot. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet. Tell me, where does it say we got big feet in Scripture? You can just take your 2 big feet and stomp them right out of here. Left, right, your left, right. Hey, I'm a veteran. I'm a soldier of God before anything, but get out of here. Big feet. Now we got gods in the sky, right? See what happens when you don't read the word? You fall under this spell. You did it when you were a child. You got stung by the spelling bee, didn't you? Went to public vision or public school. You got schools, you go with the flow, right? Put your money current in the bank. 2 banks on the side of the river in there. You get a little slave, right? We went to the moon, right? We landed on the moon. That's what everybody said. Hey, they rolled out the television. Remember the little lady, she blew up in the air? How come all those people are still alive, by the way? Remember that whole rocket that blew up? They're all still alive. Pretty crazy, huh? NASA, not a space agency. I mean, maybe it's not a swim agency or all right, never mind. Would you like to explain the occurrence of air bubbles in the lunar waves there, NASA? Those are some pretty nice waves. All right. See those ladies coming out their way? All like that. Woo! If you believe that, they'll put you on a string like a puppet. So anyways, maybe you're just floating around in the water. All right. Can you land on a light? All right, balls in the sky, baby. Balls in the sky. Are you corkscrewing on a ball? You can't corkscrew and spin me. But anyways, if you're one of these people who fall on for this whatever verbal voodoo or visual voodoo, where they've been poking at you and been telling you lies to your vision, you're going to believe. Believe is not an action word, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. So it means you can't believe in Jesus. So you might want to rethink the word believe. So if you think that you have some kind of idea that maybe Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok and had some albino, and now we got a Yeti running around. They call that the abominable snowman, and they had that at Disneyland. Didn't you ever ride the Matterhorn? Grow up, child. I went to Disneyland, and they had Bigfoot right there. Albino Bigfoot, right? Damn it, I need to quit watching those memes. No, I cut myself off. No, belief is a verb. It's not a choice, okay? Oh, no, it's not. 99% of people that I talk to, that's why it's not only must you study the word, you must study that it's neuter gender, feminine gender, male gender, predicate, noun, adjective. There's that determines everything, because belief is not a thought in your head. So belief is an action word. And so you have to put legs on faith. Christ said, I want to see loins girded in my service. You're loaning. It's girded in my service. It's not a sit down, remember? in my service until I return. And so if you die and he hasn't returned, that means you need to do until you die. That's all of us. Till I return means the great and dreadful day of the Lord. It is a verb. Faith is a noun. Belief is a verb. So you can't believe in Bigfoot. Some people believe we're on a planet, but there's no such thing as the word planet. Where did people come up with the word? You mean they fly over a plane and never nose down? And I don't talk about shapes in here, just so you know. That's pointless. Like I said, who's square? You were talking about, remember? No, I was talking about you. I said, who cares about square and putting somebody's square peg in their triangle hole or whatever that don't fit in here? Go play shapes with your own play with your own balls or whatever. The man's nuts, grab him, get out of here. Remember, it's spiritual nuts. I'm spiritually nuts, all right? They called Noah nuts for how long? And it never even rained on this rock. You ever read the book of Luke? 126 years, and then it rained. Interesting, huh? Conspiracy theory is a term coined by the USA Central and idiots and assholes, or whatever. Abominable snowman. How about that? We got another one of them, abominable snowman. Yeah, another one. They shaved them down. And remember, your wife's a Bigfoot, isn't she? You ever watch Eddie Murphy Delirious? We did that the other night. Huh? I took your kids fishing, Gus. Your kids are Bigfoots too. I gave them both fishing poles. They slammed their heads down in the water. They came up with both fish in the mouth. They looked at themselves. They said, goody goo goo. I said, what the? I better not. I'm going to stop right there. So, right. Well, you see, remember, money. All right, guys. Answer now. Money's the root of all evil. 1, yes. 2, no. Money's the root of all evil, right? 1, yes. 2, no. Put your answer in the chat. Money is the root of all evil. I only want 1 or 2. 1, yes. 2, no. Remember, he said, do not add a jot or a tittle to my word or take away. So, 1, if money's the root of all evil, yes. 2, no. So Ozzy said, nope, money's not the root of all evil. All right, thank you. Just leave it at that. Thank you, Ozzy Osbourne. Oh. Did you see Ozzy? I think he's killing himself, guys. He's asking his wife to take him to, was it Switzerland? And he's going to finish himself off, try to play God? That's pretty sick, man. Freaking, what a bummer. Mr. Crowley, what they done in your head? All right, guys. So you guys, I can't fool you guys. All right, so we know that. So you guys are, I love it. You guys see, that's important though, because wouldn't that change everything? You got to have money, guys, right? Like I need $5,000 more by Monday. I don't know how I'm going to get it, but it is what it is, man. Life ain't Burger King. You spent too much money on tattoos. Maybe you'd have more money if you didn't spend all your money on tattoos, right? Hey, whatever. They can't steal your tattoos. How many times they stole all my silver, gold, all that? Yeah, like $200,000 worth of crap stole by my brother, and silver too. I didn't have any gold then, but I'm gonna go let this whiny dog out. So hold on. Oh, we're gonna get over it here soon. Thank you, Father. You're whiny. You're gonna want it in 2 minutes. Watch. Boys are going out, and the girls are staying inside. 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 She's such a little sweet pea. Oh, she's such a little sweetheart. Oh, Marcy P over here. Marcy. She's Murcielago. So, all right. Are you enjoying yourself over here, sweetheart? I love it when you come over here and hang out with the boys. You can come over here anytime. You know that. Every single time. You come hang out on the couch. Your dad's probably wondering where you're at. Did he pass out? I heard him over there dancing around today. I think he was in the dancing mode. He must have got tired. I think Kevin was dancing over there today. So, hey, whatever. Good times. You come out here and dance the night away. Dance the night away. So the girls probably said, oh, Dad passed out. I hear He's still up over there. We got ears. We'll go over there and hang out with the other puppets. Huh. You're such the prettiest little girl I ever did see. Or it's pretty girl. Oh, hey, what happened there? Why they freaking do that? But good. Hey, appreciate it, Ozzy, Oak. That you guys understand that, it's really important that we don't add to his word, or take away. So you can leave one letter out or one word and it changes everything. So you got to have some extra oil, man. Like I said, I'm feeling a little, I don't know, maybe a little guilty myself. Not like guilty, but maybe I could have, should have, not could have sold some more small things, and maybe it made up some more cash for what I needed. But it'll work out. I'll figure it out. I do think tomorrow, if I put that flatbed up, it's at least worth $6,000. It's a diesel. It's got 247. It's got, that's barely broke in for a diesel. It's got, you know, um, really nice flatbed with a rack, a headache rack, and a um, a tool cab behind. It's got really nice toe. They just changed a lot. They added brand new exhaust on it. Took some of the more technical stuff. It's in. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, I only remember Oak. It was only somebody who had an abundance, like extra. I don't want to take anything from, anybody. Like seriously, if you couldn't put $5,000 on your window seal right now, and your neighbor might be a little less, and it blows, I'd be like, oh well, don't worry, honey. We got plenty. There's, then I don't want anybody because it's hard to come across. You got a federal and a state. If you do work on the, whatever, and then you got a net and a gross, and that's sick, and then you get taxed on the gas you drive home from work, and your cell phone you get taxed, fuel tax, phone bill taxed, remember, trash tax, this, I don't have any, want anybody to give unless they just have a lot, what I'm saying? So that they would make sense. I was talking to Kevin today. I actually went and talked to the guy that, I asked him if he wanted the flatbed for $3,000. He's like, no way, Tracy. I'm like, I just bought freaking backhoe, man. I'm like, I know you're doing this house. I just had to come offer it to you because I know you would be the first person he's like, I can't. I was like, that's crazy. I said, well, I'm asking you to, if I put it up on the property, up on the highway, I just came over to see if it give you first dibs at it, man. So somebody will come scoop it up tomorrow. So it'll put me a couple thousand short, but I'll figure it out. It's, I just wanted to have it all up front for him. And remember, like I said, I've had a lot more than that taken from me just in the last, 40 pounds of silver and all my gold last time. So, and that was 15 months ago, or something, whatever, before all this mess started. And then I just had 20, whatever, 7 or whatever thousand that I, instead of getting, go pay the attorney to go get this crap taken care of, trying to let the system do what it's supposed to do. Thought you're innocent until proven guilty. I don't have a record as of right now, it's crazy, but, anyways, I'm here now, and, I paid off the ministry. So what? I don't have any regrets. I don't, I'm blown away that I still have worked hard enough with my mind being all, getting hit with a grenade in the face, and, tear gassed, and my son shot, my daughter grenaded, my son grenaded. I mean, they were freaking brutal out here, over some mix up over freaking probation, uh, yeah. So I don't need to owe anything. This is all just for my son. I'm just already could have retired and went and left, and this is just trying to help out. And I'm a constitutionalist because I'm a veteran. So when I take an oath to the Constitution, I want to keep that till the day I die. So I'm a man of the land and soil. I took an oath to the Constitution. I came from this corrupt dust, and I will go back to this corrupt dust that I came from. You mark my words. None of us are going to escape that. So I don't care what these idiots think they're going to do. None of us are going to escape death. That's the one thing, if nothing else, that we do all have in common. We're one race, the human race, but we all die. Nobody's hanging out for, may to live longer and pass, but we'll all meet. This meat suit is just temporary. So But anyways, that's all things come to pass through the Father. All things are possible through Christ, through the Hamashiach, through Shiloh. He redeems, he pours out a just measure. Anybody who's going to get away with this lifetime, he will come back. And the word save means to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, and he will heal, right? So any pain that you went through and suffered, he will heal, and anybody who did you wrong, he will right and make it straight. Remember, straight is the gate. Straight is the gate. He will straighten this out once you get there, but you've got to endure to the end and go through hell, but not hell's not, remember, not a place or a space. You got to get through that and learn what this is about. And so it's not about a religion. And he puts us through some pretty interesting times, and some of us a little bit more than others, but it doesn't make us higher or above anyone. Every one of us gets a different measure. And when he comes, he pours out an equal measure and a just measure on each one of us. So we're not going to escape this. You think you get away with this lifetime? Good luck. There's no such thing as luck. No such thing as free will. Father knows where the dice are going to land. He gave you self-will, but he never gave you free will. He's sovereign. He writes the law. So there's no such thing as free will, or there's no such thing as luck. And remember, no such thing as being saved, because you've got to endure to the end if you want to be saved. They don't teach you that in no church, do they? They don't want you to hear this word. They don't want you to hear this. They want you to sit down and shut up and put a lollipop in your mouth, remember, and be religious. What are you, them lollipop Christian, lollipop Catholic, lollipop Lutheran? Listen here, don't ask no questions, all right? And when that sweet runs out there, that sweet Jesus, I got another one for you, sucker. You just keep shutting up here and don't ask any questions, and don't worry, they're dumb. There's more where that came from. See, when don't ask no questions, they don't read anything. They just broker their eternal salvation out to some dude standing in a dog's clothing. It says sheep, but he's supposed to be leading the flock. That'd make him a shepherd. And you're looking at a dog, you're looking at an angel, and you're looking at a magi. I didn't create this. Father did. He does his work through me. I don't do any of this. I give all glory to Shiloh. Remember, he's the one who made this meat suit that I'm eternal. I am eternal experience, totally spiritual. Having this temporary meat suit experience is what this is to me. I was never this name that they call me, Tracy. I've never hardly been called that name. People call me crazy more times than I've been called Tracy. Spacey quite often too. My dad loved me calling me that. He knew that definitely got my goat, but it didn't. I couldn't react. My dad had beat the snot out of me. But anyways, I am Revelation, remember? I'm Apocalypse. I'm not this Shem, Tracy, whatever Father made me spiritual, eternal, never-ending being that doesn't exist in flesh for but a country minute. And I pass unto back to I was before I came unto this flesh, who he created me to be a Hokadesh, spirit, without flesh, ghost, not like, oh my God, Ghostbusters. So he said he's a ghost, he's an angel, he's a magi, he's a messenger. Damn, he sure claimed. I didn't say it. This is what he made me. So I could be doing a lot of other things, but this is what he made me. So if I didn't have the past experience, remember he said he'd pour out a just measure when I return. So each one of us, if you try to change even a letter, this is the first person he deals with when he comes back, so you know. So I wouldn't be adding, you know what I'm saying? Adding to his book, because you're going to be the first ones. You better just sit back and watch and learn and then share. I really put myself out there if you think about that. Well, Father has. Remember, anybody who adds a jot, that's called a false teacher or a scorpizzo, the one who causes the sheep to scatter, that division. Remember, I am the division. I'm the divider. Why do you think who else is teaching you that? Who else is teaching you horizo, not scorpizzo? He said, I am the horizo, not the scorpizzo. I'm the one that gets to separate the wheat from the chaff. I'm the one that's going to bind that, right? Weeds and burn them. You don't get to condemn them. You judge them with the light, righteous judgment. Hallelujah. This gospel is beautiful. And I love sharing it with you, brothers and sisters, because it's all I have. Everything else in this world is a lie. I don't know any other truths in this world other than the true gospel. And you got to study it. It's not just like it's just going to come to you. Seeking you shall find. Asking you shall receive. Hello, McFly. Your shoes untied. Don't be so gullible, you butthead. All right, just kidding. We're doing a little movie. What was that? Back to the Future. Remember McFly? So hold on, I'm gonna let my puppies in. Knock and I will come sup with you. Yes, and Oak. I don't know if you're a Canadian, if that's why you're Oak, but I have many Canadian followers, and I don't know one of my Canadian brothers from the north, more hardened, more Arctic, if you will, that want to be the 51st state of America. And I do remember Lion, who's a very bright, intelligent Canadian, who says, I don't want your $37 trillion of debt, Tracy. No, thank you. We'll deal with our $3 trillion. You can keep your $37 trillion. So, we have quite a large Canadian following here. So, I mean, we do. We have a lot of people constantly referring people over to Canadian Prepper. Been watching him forever. And now Prepper News. I mean, he is one of the top bloggers on the internet, probably produces some of the best content ever produced. And I love how Nate talks about, Canada, even though we're very obviously, because they're still both to the queen. We got DC and you got the props, people are idiots, right? So, but Nate kind of brings it all, you know what I'm saying? Then he brings us all, what you're saying, kind of under one hat, this whole, I don't need to explain if you watch Nate. So, you know what I'm saying? So, God, he's amazing. Thank you. Freaking that man's vernacular is just like, Nate, how many years of school? What do you just study, words all day long? Damn, dude, no, I love Nate. He's always got the right word at the right time. And he is by far the most, hands down, the best blogger covering the current Russian and Ukrainian war. Nobody's covered it like Nate. Nobody. Not even close. Not with his guests, not with his nobody. Heck no. Frick no. Friggin' if you want to know what's going on over there and not get this lefty righty bull crap. That's what I've always liked about Nate. He's not an American, so he doesn't have to pull left or right. See? He doesn't have skin in the game, so he can be very unbiased and still trash. Not like that, the good and, and then say the good or trash the bad. So, yeah, there, like I said, I totally dig that. And Nate gives out some of the best preparedness information on this rock too. He really has put out some of the best preparedness. I think he has one of the top 3 videos ever put out on YouTube. And it was his video on how to survive nuclear war. And it's not like the video is, I mean, he put a lot of work in that video, but it's very realistic, and it gives people, because most people hear nuclear war and they just lose it. So hats off. Thank you for Father for Canadian. And I know that Canadian Prepper is what, agnostic or whatever he is, he doesn't, but you'll know him by his fruit, man. You can tell the dude by his fruit. Father created a beautiful soul, and I dig Nate's presence, his commitment to not blowing up and trying to become some big thing. He keeps it very spread out. He has a family. He's a family man, and he's doing a good job at it. I like what Nate does. Nate's put a lot of time on this platform. I think we're ready to shut the door, guys. Starting to cool off a little bit out there finally, huh? Yeah, the girls are still here. He doesn't have faith like that, you know what I'm saying? He just kind of, but I mean, I know I think he has some kind of understanding that there's a creator, but he doesn't choose, So I'm not religious. So I don't have one religion that I would affiliate myself with. I think they're all vain, and he doesn't dwell in a religion temple. He dwells within the word. Hi, buddy. You just gonna get a drink and come drool all over me like you do that every time? You gotta go get a drink and then come get drool all over Dad. Come drool on the dad. Oh, your chain is cold. Ooh, that's a cold chain. This is my big guy. This is my biggest guy. He's 13 years old. Look at this muggle. He don't have no. That's what happens with dog food. Look at that, no gray hairs. He has a couple little dots from fighting. Where a little white hair go, but no gray, none of that. Lamb and rice, baby. Don't feed him human food. Keep him off the human food. And she pretty laying in your spot. So, but all right. What time she heard? All right, guys. I think I'm gonna wrap this up and call it a night. Thanks for coming in. We didn't take in any donations today, but that's all right. Life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. But I appreciate everybody who donated their time and continues to spend their time in here with me at the ministry, making this last 15 months, which has been a pretty wild ride. Most, like I said, at least I have make some progress here. So I'm glad that I've been given enough abundance to at least cover this retainer. I'm pretty close on that. So I'll figure out a way. Like I said, tomorrow I'm going to take that flatbed up and take it up to the end of the road there. Or maybe somebody will pick that up, and then maybe again, if I don't have to go to trial, which we'll see. Like I said, I'm planning on them taking it to trial either way. So that's what I told the attorney to do. Take it to trial. Get ready for trial. I've told this to every attorney. Get this case ready for trial. I'm not going to sit there and let some judge make a judgment. I'm going to be tried by my peers and not by some man in a black robe. Not going to do it to me. I have that ability. I'm an American. So that's part of the constitutional republic. I'm a veteran. I took an oath to this constitution. I have the right to trial by jury. I have the right to face my accuser. I know my rights. You're going to give me my rights. Whether you're used to just steamrolling the railroad people all the time, you're not going to railroad me. So beat me, whip me. Remember, they grenaded me to the face. They tear gassed me. They shot my son. Then now I think my son and daughter are dead. And I've reported that to these tyrant freaking cops. But something you got to pay, I guess. That's the way it works. So I'm going to throw these last bit of precious metals that I have down on this, and I've worked hard for them. So I'm glad that Father gave me enough motivation to work here. And I put a lot of work in the ministry too. Look how many thousands of hours that have put in way more work for the ministry, but pay the ministry off, So hallelujah. I could be dead tomorrow, and this ministry will serve hopefully for generations to come. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but there ain't no rights like that anymore down here. Oh, that's a worldly, that's gone. This Constitution of the United States is long gone. Look what they've done to somebody like me, a United States Army veteran, served this country, and they have just absolutely terrorized me. Like I said, assaulted me, battered, kidnapped my son and my daughter. Already kidnapped my daughter and then released her, and then now she's missing again. It's because I think they knew this whole case, and then now they got some judge coming from the county that I reported my son murdered, try to cover it up. So I hate America. I love the Constitution, but I hate America. It is what it is. So I hate what this country has become. This country is a tyrant nation. All we're doing is strangled everybody for the last 50 years, and I'm a part of it because I'm a veteran. Going overseas, freaking in 1,000 freaking military bases in 180 countries, strangling people, make them pay for oil with the U.S. dollar. As you guys up there have been giving us crazy deals on oil for freaking decades and stupid warp speed. Oh, well, Canada, dude. Trump's a very intelligent man, but tired of his nonsense. A lot of his supporters are too. Getting tired of it. This whole thing covering for pedos, man. I hope this people finally can wake the hell up to what's going on here. They're still touching kids at airports after 3 steel buildings are dropped with 2 airplanes. That don't math to me, man. I'm a reconstructionist. That's what I did. I have a pretty high level of math. So Yeah, 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 5. This common core crap. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it is. Your country's disgusting. I hate Canada's government. I love the Canadian people. I love the province. I love the land. It's either burning it down up there with freaking all these directed energy weapons. But Justin Castro, I mean Trudeau, Trudeau, guys, they're freaking tired. You guys' government up there is horrible. The way they've taken the rights of the people, the Second Amendment that we have down here from you guys, it's horrible. I hate what they've done to you guys. Fucking government came in there and you guys were all peacefully, I don't mean peacefully, you weren't doing anything. We're not causing any violence and literally drain people's bank accounts for supporting CDL drivers because they weren't going to take the jab. Said, hell no, we're not doing it. And they had that right. And they held strong. And they went and took these people's kids away from them. Took their bank accounts. I cannot believe what your government did. And everybody in here in America is like, huh? What? I'm like, you guys don't even understand what happened to your brothers to the north. You don't even care what happened. These are our brothers to the north. These people are supposed to be holding the line up there. And you don't care what they just did to these people. Do you realize, you put $10, $15 in some support this trucker protest, and they drained your freaking bank account, brothers, sisters. So, sickening. Yeah, but they put that other tyrant in there now, too. They even... yeah, whatever. I know. It ain't no different than here. We're all the same. That's why I like the way Nate puts it. We're all in the same boat here, man. You know what I mean? It don't matter if it's Canada or USA. We're all under the same controllers from the top, But we're supposed to be brothers and sisters to the north and south and be taking care of each other. But these governments just keep screwing us. But, that's insane. I've tried to tell people they will not wake the hell up. What was done in Canada for supporting a peaceful protest, the government drained your bank account for support. That is communism. That is straight freaking, I don't even know what to say. That is unbelievable that it was done and it just got swept under the rug and nobody cares about it. And I'm never going to ever forget what the Canadian government did to peaceful people. And I don't do the peace, but they were not doing anything illegal. It's not like they were running. It's not like BLM crap that they were doing up there. All these people, and then like shutting off their freaking gas and stuff. This is Canada, not down here. You know what I'm saying? This is cold up there. These people are protesting in the freaking cold. You're going to shut off all they got kids inside their campers and sleep. That's child abuse on the other. And they're saying it's child abuse to have them out there. That's child abuse, what they did to those people's kids, and they got away with it. Nobody cares. Everybody forgets what they did in Canada. So I'm never, ever going to forget for as long as they eternally live what was done to my brothers and sisters to the north. People don't care. It's like, dude, you guys don't think it can happen down here? They could do that just like that down here too. So careful who you support because they're going to throw you in a FEMA camp pretty soon by Walmart. Watch. They'll do it to the north and they'll do it to the south, and it don't matter. There's going to go from Canadian border is going to be, well, now at Alaska, where Russia will have, take that back here very soon. I'm not stupid. I did some time stationed in Alaska in the military up there, stationed at Fort Wainwright, did a lot of certification, went to Fort Greely, ran that for a while, down there at Fort Richardson, did training down there, and spent some time. I've lived a little even further north than Canada. Actually, most of the people in Canada live down towards the northern border, but I've been up real deep up there and know what it's like to live in the cold for years. So it's not something that most people can handle, and I love it. So, I like the desert, but, I loved it up there too. Alaska was an amazing experience in my life. I've never, ever trade those years that I spent, doing all my Arctic and, they put a lot of money into me. They aren't happy about how much money they threw into me, but it gave me what I needed. So I used a lot of my military and law enforcement training against itself. Dude, now you were just outside. Oh, you're just getting jealous because she's up there on the couch. Yeah, you have to. It's not. It'll kill you real quick up there. Yeah, Death is always a monkey's on your back. Most people never live where it's easier to die than it is to stay alive, but it's okay. Most people live a very cush life, so I don't want that life. So anyways, guys, I'm gonna go spend some time with these puppies. I love you, boys. All right, hey guys, if you're watching the restream, there's never obligation to tie to the ministry. The only ministry tie that I require is your time, okay? And if you don't have it, don't worry. Family's more important. Getting prepared for what's. But if you want to spiritually prepare, come back here. That's what this ministry was developed to fellowship with other brothers in the narrow way. So never feel like there's ever an obligation. I could donate now or whatever, but nobody did, and it's okay. It's not an obligation, guys. It's just part of, like I said, I have to open myself up. Maybe there would be one person who did, and like I said, Bitcoin's at like 116,000, and I take CashApp, something like that. But it's not like it's ever. And when I send you over to Grace and Truth Ministries, he's not going to make you tithe anything over there. It's an online ministry too, so don't feel like if you go over there that neither of these channels are going to make you feel like you have to put any money into this to be a part of it. That's actually the last thing needed. This ministry is paid off. The only reason that, like I said, if I'd probably already done this with some other things with the other funds instead of paying the ministry, I probably could have had them both paid off. But I needed to take some time. My son is missing. My daughter's missing. I need to spend time looking for them, and that's what I've done a lot in here. And then off here, I've done my own investigation because they won't do any investigation. I didn't hire a private investigator. I am an investigator. I was certified as an investigator at the age of 19 years old. So I know how to do my own investigation. Actually, I disclosed the location of my son because nobody knew. I found him on my own. Then I turned him over to the cops, which is really hard to do. But I was concerned that my daughter was being raped at the same location that my son was being held at. And then they threatened to throw me in jail, with arrest. And this case has been unbelievable. So I will get it taken care of. If I get the criminal portion taken care of, I'll file the lawsuits. I don't want to, but I've already made the commitment now. So before I go to Ecuador, I will finish, and I have to file the lawsuits. It's the only way these people are going to be held accountable. So I seek no vengeance, no man. I don't care what they did. If somebody, even Marshall, if he killed my son and daughter, it is what it is. I can't change it. My son's day of death is written. Mine's already written. We all are. So I'm not going to try to be upset about anything. I mean, that would kill. At least I would freaking have something to go off. It's something different when you don't know and you think they're suffering, and it's some closure. And I don't want closure to think. I want to know he's still alive. I don't know how at this point. I don't know how. Remember, I'm struggling to find any evidence to point to that at this point. That's why I think I keep getting voided and I can't get transcripts. And, this is really pointing into some very foul play. I don't know if they have even come back out here and try to just eliminate me. I think the only thing that could protect me is, this case started when my son was 19 years old. He's now 25. So this is going on 6 years. I've been dealing with this case with my son. And now they're trying to throw me in jail. But that's okay. I'm holding out. I'm taking it to trial. We'll see. I've bought a really expensive attorney. It's the same attorney that I purchased in this original case to get my son out of jail when they were trying to railroad him to begin with. That I got him out. After a year, almost they kept him in jail, and he's the only one to go to jail out of 5 guys. It's incredible. This case is unfreaking believable what they've done down here. It would blow your mind. It will break. One day this is going to break, and it's going to go national news, and they'll probably do a movie and write a book about it. I'm serious. It is unfathomable what they've done in this case to my son, my daughter, and the people around me. It's a targeting case. This goes back to COVID. There's a lot. This case is super, super deep. It's a really intense, but I've got to get through the criminal side. And like I said, at one point in time, I think I had sold the property to Kevin. I gave it to him for less than half price. I had over 20-some thousand. And I said, you know what? I could get an attorney right now, but what if they lock me up? What if they just come out here and kill me in the middle of the night? And I need to pay this ministry off. It's where the ministry can keep serving even after I'm long gone. So I took the money, and instead of help myself, because that's my nature to help others before I ever help myself, I paid the ministry off. So I'm close, guys. Like I said, I just showed you, I got $15,000 worth of precious metals here. I think probably 13 or 14, but we'll see. I've been doing business this place for a long time, and I bought some more premium stuff, but I don't know if they're just going to give me base rate and not get any premium out of anything. So probably minimum 13. I need 20. That would put me a couple short. I think that's why tomorrow I'm going to put the flatbed up. It's, I could have traded it for Harleys and things that I didn't want, boats and stuff for it, but it's just a utility vehicle, and for here, and it's an essential vehicle. So it's a really nice tilt, but it's an '89. It's not new, but it's a turbo diesel, so it gets really good economy, and it'll haul anything. I mean, I've hauled all the water in and out of here, all the building materials. But I'm going to put it up for $3,000 tomorrow. I have my land up for sale. I have my motorcycle up for sale. So I wasn't trying to come in here and grift anybody. Okay, I was only asking again if people had abundance. So if you're watching the restream, and nobody's given here in weeks, nobody made me a GoFundMe in 15 months. So I don't think in the last 15 hours that anything's going to change. So don't worry about it. Don't feel like you got to go out of your way unless you just have a tremendous amount of extra something. Again, like almost like you go to a casino and you can lose it all, and you just went and had a good time and had fun. You don't go there to make money. So this ain't something where I'm trying to make a single dime off anybody. I'm trying to keep myself from going to jail so I can continue to pursue where my son and daughter are at. And then I'll make it through this hump, guys. I really will. It's nice to actually, after 15 months, to know something is actually starting to happen. I had 2 other attorneys. They never did anything, nothing, not filed one piece of paperwork, never investigated anything. It's been a long time coming. So thank you for being part of this and supporting the ministry. For those that have been here for the long haul, it's been quite the thing. And maybe one day we'll get it made up to some movie or in a book or something, and you can just go back and watch the thousands of hours that I put into this freaking nightmare that I've been living. But seems like it's like I said, I've got this attorney. Something's going to happen. So I don't care if it's anything, just please something happen, but it's going to take money. So I held out as long as I could, guys, without spending any money, and it is what it is. So purchasing an attorney because they were going to throw me under the bus. So I'm about 5,000 short, and because it just is what it is. So I got to give all my precious metals again, but that's what I'm doing. I'm just getting ready to shut this thing down, and feel blessed to even have the money that I have. So it's good that like I said, never did get a GoFundMe started for me. Nobody ever did anything to do the financial, and that's totally okay, because remember, I didn't want anybody to pay my legal bills. I just didn't feel right about it. But at this point in time, I've got to stay out of jail to keep my son and daughter, for somebody to look for him, because nobody's going to look for him. I go to jail, it'll just go away. Not his mom, not his brother. Nobody will care. So I care about my son. He's a good young man. He loves the word. I don't know what's going on with my daughter. I know they read the word together. So, but hopefully, like I said, I'll be filing civil lawsuits, because I already talked to the criminal attorney, and we got to do this one step at a time now. So he's one of the most expensive attorneys in the state. And when I hired on him, he's like, "Are you sure you want to do this, Tracy? I'm expensive." And after he looked at Elijah's bail and my bail and all this, then he made his price. And I know that's why he's, like I said, he's giving this to me for less than half that I paid for my son. And my son didn't even go to trial. So I know he's just doing this, not pro bono, but he's just basically covering his expenses in this case. $20,000, paid $37,000 to get a deal. You know what I'm saying? $37,000 to keep my son from getting thrown in prison for 7 years last time, and they were just going to throw him in prison. John went in there, and I don't know how he did it. It cost me a lot of money, the retainer and time and travel time, because it's 8 hours, so he's doing it basically for nothing. So it's okay. I think I know why. He looked at Elijah's bill, and he's like, $130,000. There's 9 here, and here's there. But who paid all that? I said, I did, John. He's like, and then you paid this, and you bailed yourself out here, and then he came up with this figure. So I think that's why he's giving me this price, guys, because it's too, it doesn't even seem right. Like he's got a $500 an hour rate. He's been practicing law since 1982. So he knows what he's doing. He won't waste my time. So I don't want to waste his. So he sent me things today that said, listen, it was his secretary. We need the money to start the paperwork. So I can't stall. I have to go Monday. So maybe somebody will buy this flatbed tomorrow. I don't know what else to do, guys. I've given it all I can at this point. I said I've got all the precious. Maybe I could have sold some more little things along the way, but I have a lot of things, other things up for sale, like 27 other things up for sale, other than these large things. I even lowered my land down to half price, and I'd have people that's too low when I actually, so it is what it is. But I better get out of here, guys. I appreciate your time, and I will try to come back on here again, maybe a little bit. Maybe somebody will donate tomorrow, but don't feel obligated. And as I've said to everybody, I want to make it very clear, unless you just have money you can literally like just burn, throw away, don't send anything. I don't want to be liable for, you know what I'm saying, anybody who needed, and I took it from them. So I gotta go, because like I said, I've just been these last couple of days, obviously, been, if you listen to what they did to me the other day, I can't sleep. I want to find out where my son and daughter's at. So I got to rest for a little while and kind of unwind and then and go lay down, because I only have one more day, guys, to come up with this with another $5,000. So I need to get up, at a reasonable hour, and whatever. I always get up, but I'm gonna stay up for about a little bit, but just winding down. It's been a long day, and I appreciate everybody's support. I will see you guys again tomorrow, and we'll have another discussion. Appreciate you guys letting me share the gospel with you, and thank you for all your time. It's more valuable than all the money combined. So again, if you want to support the ministry and you can't do it in a monetary way, share the content. That's a good way to support the ministry. Leave a comment after the video. Another excellent way you can help support the ministry here. That those 27 thumbs up, always, those make me feel, just like, not to make me feel good, but there's 27 people without me asking, for any thumbs up. Thought, hey, this he's not crazy. So so I don't care if people think I'm crazy, but I'm saying this guy's on to something. So I do appreciate that organic, because I really don't get that talk about that till I go. And it doesn't really matter. I mean, the live stream's over. I'm not trying to make the channel grow. You know what I'm saying? But thank you for your time, guys. Appreciate time's really important. You can print money if you're like the central banks and counterfeit the stuff, like, no tomorrow. Well, you can make more money, but you can't make more time, right? So your time is way more valuable than any money you can truly give me. So you don't worry again about that. That's where the rubber, meets the road here for me. You know what I'm saying? It truly does, guys. Your time is valuable. There's hundreds of thousands of YouTube channels. You know what I'm saying? You could be doing anything else. A lot of people come back here and spend quite a bit of time hanging out here. Even if they're just listening in the sidelines, make a couple comments here. That's awesome, guys. Like I said, otherwise be talking to the walls or the dogs. I don't have like neighbors I can talk to. I don't have friends or anything like that. So you guys are my family. You're my blessing. I thank Father for that. That's more valuable than all the gold and silver that you can pile in on this rock. I mean, seriously, that's you can't buy that. So thank you for your time. Blessings, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.